This is Jocko podcast number 456 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
Lieutenant Colonel Ron Clark, commander of the 1st of the 506 Red Currahee, told us that if we were looking for action, we'd find it. Although firefights and other hostile action are routine, IEDs are the worst problem, he said. They were responsible for 5 of the 6 deaths his men have suffered since deploying in January. As of mid-May, his troops at Camp Kedzior on eastern Ramadi had suffered 380 attacks from IEDs while finding and destroying 667 more. Kedzior is roughly the size of a super Walmart, including the parking lot. Buildings and houses outside the perimeter that the enemy could temporarily occupy are so close that they could practically heave mortars at us by hand. On average, the camp gets shelled every other day. Clark told us that because attacks are so constant, body armor and helmet are required anytime you leave a reinforced roof building. An added attraction is the snipers who occasionally pop off a round into the camp from the minarets. They know of Americans' unwillingness to attack religious buildings, even if they're clearly being used for military activity. When I asked Colonel Clark why Iraqi army or police couldn't be used to make sure nobody entered the mosques with weapons, he was quick to say, "We never hesitate to fire back when fired upon. However," he added, "our fight requires strict cultural and religious sensitivity in order to be successful and legitimize the Iraqi government and army." The constant threat of snipers and mortar attacks contributes greatly to the general unpleasantness of life in Kedzior. The camp is also short on amenities, even by Iraqi standards. It's also short on men. Company strength should be 136. Charlie Company originally had 138 men, but because of casualties and normal leave time, Captain Claiborne, the Charlie Company commander, says he's down to only 102 men available for operations. "Luckily, I've not had any soldiers killed while on the battlefield," he says, "but I've taken a lot of casualties due to IEDs, shrapnel, and bullet wounds. I've had close to 20% of my company right now eligible for Purple Hearts, if that tells you anything." And those right there are some excerpts from an article called "The New Band of Brothers," written by Michael Fomento, a journalist and former U.S. Army airborne soldier who embedded with several units in Ramadi in 2006, including obviously the 1st of the 506. He also, by proxy, was therefore embedded with SEALs from Task Unit Bruiser. And the 1st Battalion, 506th Infantry Regiment is a legendary unit that traces its lineage back to the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment of World War II. Formed in Georgia in 1942, it's got its nickname, the Currahees, from Currahee Mountain, which translated from Cherokee means stand alone. And they fought extensively in World War II at Normandy, the Rhineland, the Ardennes, Bastogne. They fought throughout the Vietnam War, including during the Tet Offensive and the counteroffensive and the Battle of Hamburger Hill. And in World War II in Vietnam, they were decorated with 4 Presidential Unit citations and 2 Valorous Unit awards. And of course, the 506 was memorialized and honored by the HBO special Band of Brothers, an outstanding miniseries based on the historical account from Stephen Ambrose's book by the same name, Band of Brothers. And in the Battle of Ramadi in 2005-2006, the soldiers from the 1st to the 506th upheld, without question, the highest traditions of bravery and professionalism. And it was an honor for the SEALs of Task Unit Bruiser to fight alongside them. And it's also an honor to have one of those very soldiers, Jason Kedzior, here with us tonight to talk about his experiences and lessons learned from that battle. Jason, thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me, Jocko.
Yeah, I guess this kind of started many years ago. We were both home, but I got a letter sent to my gym, and in the letter from you was your battle patch, the Ace of Spades from your helmet, first the 506. Might be the coolest and most meaningful thing that anyone has ever given me. So that battle patch just represents so much that happened between the first the 506 and the guys, my guys. So when you reached out to me again and said you were going to be in San Diego, I said, "Hey man, let's have a chat."
Yeah.
So thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Let's get to your story, man. So you grew up where? Illinois?
Yeah, I grew up in a small town, Pekin, Illinois. It's about 40,000 people, blue-collar town. Most people know Peoria, which is on the other side of the Illinois River from Pekin, and it was formerly Caterpillar headquarters. So, your grandpa probably worked there, your dad probably worked there, your uncles probably worked there, and but no, from Pekin, just surrounded by cornfields and just a small town but good people.
What'd your mom and dad do?
So my mom's been with the federal government for over 30 years. She worked at a United States Attorney's office, and then Bureau of Prisons, and a federal defender's office. And my dad was a local police officer.
Mm-hmm. Any prior military or any military in the background, grandparents or anything like that, or your dad?
Yes, quite a bit actually. So, on my mom's side, my great grandpa was in the Navy, and he was drafted, but he was him and my great grandmother, they had like a little coffee shop, or I'm sorry, a little like a convenience store, and like my grandpa was young at the time, and so when he got his draft notice to go, he was older. He was like in his 30s.
Was this for World War II?
World War II.
Dang.
And so he's like, "Well, I got to go." And my great grandma was like, "Well, what are you doing? You're just gonna leave me here with this?" He like didn't fight it or anything like that. I guess it was some sort of he was a character, and he left. And nobody really knows where he was at in World War II. But he was a CB, and but somehow he ended up acquiring like a German Luger and a Japanese Imperial Army rifle, and somehow and one of my uncles still has those today. And then my grandpa, he was in the Marines during the Korea time frame, but he was sent to Hawaii while his friends were sent to Korea, and they never let him live that down. And then my grandma's brother, he was a pilot and crashed over the Pacific, but it was like in the 50s. It wasn't in wartime, and nobody really knows what happened there either.
What about your dad?
My dad, he was a Vietnam veteran. He was a door gunner on a Huey in 1965 with the 1st Air Cav.
Get some.
Yeah. Very quiet about it.
5,000 Hueys went to Vietnam and 3,200 of them were lost in combat.
I did not know that.
Insane.
That's insane.
And the average age of the whole crew, all of them together, was like 20, including the pilot, the co-pilot, the crew chief, and the gunner. Yeah. He doesn't really talk about it that much. I mean, I remember asking him when I was like little, hey, what was it like? Did you ever kill anybody? That sort of stuff. And he was like, "Son, I was a door gunner in Nam."
Yeah. And I remember we were driving down the interstate. I don't even know where we were going, and there was some timber along the road. And after like a long pause, like the conversation had switched, right? And he just looked over at me and he said, "Jason," he's like, "Do you know how hard it is to know that when you're flying at 150 feet and they're in the tree line?" And the conversation just ended. So I didn't ask anything else.
Do you have brothers or sisters?
Yeah, 2 brothers, younger brother and an older brother.
So you're the middle child.
Yeah. Well, my older brother is quite a bit older. He's 16 years older than me.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't have a lot of memories of him. He went off to college and stuff when I was really little. But
did he go in the military?
No, I was the only one.
You're the only one. All right. So you're growing up. What are you into when you're growing up, going to school?
I just, I mean, playing outside, doing sports. I mean, I always had a ball in my hand. I was no good at anything, but I love playing baseball, love playing basketball, that sort of stuff.
Did you play in high school?
No. Right before, I was a pretty good baseball player, but I got getting hit by a pitch and never picked up a bat again, and so which was a big regret of mine. But I had really good hand-eye coordination, but I just never stuck with it.
And then what about music? Were you into music or anything?
And I've never played any instruments or anything, but I was really into the Dave Matthews Band.
Okay.
Love the Dave Matthews Band.
This occasionally works, man. Occasionally you get the whole vibe. Echo Charles, not approvingly too, by the way.
Dave Matthews all day.
Love Dave Matthews.
all day. You spent a bunch of time. So you grew up around corn.
Yeah.
Out there detasseling corn?
Yeah.
Let's go. Corn. Give us a brief on detasseling corn.
All right.
Were you doing it back in the day, like riding in the front of on like a little rack with kids sitting in there to pull the corn out?
Oh yeah.
To detass the
I mean,
that was you.
Well, we were doing that, and we were walking the fields too. So I mean, it was pretty hard work.
So explain detasseling corn.
Okay. So all right. So when you start the process of detasseling corn,
first of all, what's the tassel all about? You got to explain to people.
Okay,
because a lot of people on here they don't know anything about this.
All right, so you have male and female rows of corn, right? And the tassel that you have to pick pollinates the corn, and when it's at the end of the pollination process, or to control the pollination process, you have to pick that corn or pick that tassel, and the corn is 10 foot tall at this point. And so, I mean, sometimes you have to, if the corn's too tall, then that's when you're getting on a tractor and going it. But if it's a manageable height, then I mean, you're getting up there and getting that tassel. But it was super hard work. I mean, so I was pretty sheltered growing up. I grew up, I went to a Catholic school. And so when I was in 7th or 8th grade, when I started, when I got on that detasseling bus, I learned a lot about life on that detasseling bus. Stuff that I never heard before. And
there's all kinds of things going on the detasseling bus.
And
because this is just packed with a bunch of kids between the ages of 13 and 20.
Yeah, I mean the crew boss or the assistant crew boss was probably in high school, and and then like the pickers or whatever are going to be in 7th or 8th grade and going into high school. And so it's just like a young crew going out there into these cornfields. And so
what time you start in the morning?
You're starting early. I mean, you're getting up at 5 a.m, and you got to be getting on the bus by 5:30, and you're probably out of the field within 30 minutes. And you got your lunch bucket and just a jug of water, and that's what you have for the day. And when you start there, the corn is wet. I mean, it's soaking wet from the dew from the day before, mm-hmm. And then maybe if it rained or whatever, I mean, it's just the field's muddy, and I mean, you're walking through those fields, and I mean, you're just soaking wet by the time you reach, and then then it gets to be like 95 degrees outside, and then you're just all stiff from the salt or whatever it is, and it was hard work, but man, it was a lot of fun. But going back, I mean, in order to control this pollination process, so the silk that comes off the corn.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so each piece of silk that is off that corn, it goes to each individual kernel on that corn. And so when you pick that tassel, it controls the pollination process. And so you would walk down the fields, and you don't know how long the field is most of the time, and you're just going out there, and then you're just hopping row to row to row, and then walking back. And then when I became a crew boss and assistant crew boss, I was driving the tractor. And
when do you get done? Do you just work all day until sunset?
No, we usually kind of cut like probably say around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we were home by dinner.
How much money did you make?
I mean, you're like probably $4 or $5 an hour. I mean, probably Yeah. So it was, I mean, but like you thought,
What about when you were the tractor driver? Did you make a little bit more?
Yeah. Every step up you made, because it goes off to like your picking quality too, right? So I mean, like if you're a fast picker, I mean, you might you might stay a little bit extra to make a little bit more money, and then they like, okay, hey, this guy gets it, he's able to, and it's baby steps. Then your crew boss is training you how to drive that tractor, because I mean, I didn't know how to. I mean, I was 12 years old, I don't know how to drive a stick shift. And so like I'm driving a stick shift and turning that big tractor and making sure I don't miss a row as, you're going down. But I had a lot of fun, and it was hard work in the sun, and but it was just good hard work.
And that's what you did every summer?
Every summer.
From the time you were 12?
No, I mean, I was in seventh grade is.
Yeah, seventh grade, I probably think is 12.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, all the way through high school until my senior year of high school.
How much money could you make over the summer?
Man, I don't even know. I mean, I guess it just depends.
Could you get a few grand to buy like a little pickup truck or something?
Yeah, I'm sure I did make a few grand, but I don't even know where that money is long gone.
Right on. When did you start having an interest in the military?
Well, there was always an interest in the military. I would watch like almost every war movie that was out there. I mean, Rambo and Missing in Action, Firebirds, Flight of the Intruder. I mean, I'm going way back. I know. But so it was.
How about Platoon, Apocalypse Now, and Full Metal Jacket?
So my grandpa, who was in the Marines, I remember. He would always watch that, and so like so I remember going in one time, and it was just me and my grandpa, and it was that opening scene, and I'm just like, this is out of control. I never had seen anything like that, and he just let it play, and I mean,
dude, the opening scene, by the way, is 45 minutes long. So before people made, what is it called when you make a thing for YouTube and it's a bunch of different things?
Mashup?
Yeah. So before people made mashups on YouTube, somebody in my platoon made a videotape mashup of cool parts of movies. And, it'd be like a minute of this and 2 minutes of that. And then it went to the beginning of Full Metal Jacket and just played 45 minutes straight. It's like, yep, the whole thing is freaking epic. Yeah. So your grandfather took it to you?
Took me down. I don't know if he just let it play, and I was just sitting there watching it. So that was like my first really, because I don't even really know how because I mean, you're talking VHS, so I don't even know really how I got away with watching like Rambo and stuff like that, but I did, and I loved it. And yeah, so that's kind of where the interest was. I mean, because my grandpa and I was too young when my great grandpa, when he passed, so like I didn't really ask them or anything like that. My dad was so quiet about it that I never it wasn't like a big influence on me, like, oh, you're gonna go here. It just was something that I was always interested in.
Mm-hmm. So you're in high school. September 11th happens what year for you?
Sophomore
year.
Sophomore year. I remember being in history class. It was first period, and they had a TV on one of those rollers, and they rolled it in, and one of the towers was already hit, and we saw the second one come in live, and everybody just knew then. I mean, they were just saying, hey, we're going to war. Like, this is it. And I was a sophomore, and I just remember being so angry. I was so angry, and that was kind of it. That was kind of it. And then like the influence of my older brother, he was really kind of pushing me towards that way, because I was wild in high school, and
hold on a second. You can't just breeze by. I was wild in high school. What were you doing?
So, like I wasn't getting any trouble or anything. So it's okay. So, like I had mentioned, my dad was a local police officer, right? In the town that I grew up in. Well, he was not only like the local police officer, but he was. Do you guys have Crime Stoppers here or whatever?
Isn't that like a community program type thing?
Yeah, so it was like a crime prevention thing, and they would do like reenactments and stuff like that. And so like his face would be on all these reenactments of, hey, can you help us solve this crime? Call call this number, and he would have a reenactment for it. So like with a unique last name that I had, and then my dad being a local police officer, like it was almost like I felt like I had to kind of prove myself that I wasn't a cop's kid. And so I drank a lot and went to a bunch of parties, and I got caught at everything I did by my parents, and sleeping.
He's a bad criminal. Just getting rolled up.
It was terrible.
Plus, your dad's a cop, dude.
I didn't have a chance.
Yeah,
I didn't have a chance. And trying to, and like I'm thinking I'm young and lying about what I'm doing, and like, what, why are you all muddy? It's just like, oh, I don't know. But I was really sleeping in a bean field, trying to get away from the cops, and it was so dumb.
That's a great answer. Why are you so muddy? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's like the first time I met JP Donnell, and he had like cuts on his knuckles and like a broken couple fingers, and I'm like, what happened to you? And he looks at me and goes, I fell down the stairs. Even he knew that he shouldn't be trying to lie to me. He's like, I fell down the stairs. I was like, who'd you hit? And he goes, blah blah blah. And we had a little conversation about that. But yeah, when you think you're gonna get away with some stuff.
Yeah. So it was just me being like a rebel, trying to go against the grain of me being this, I'm the cop's kid, so there's a certain way I should act. But I was just like, no, like I can show you I can get down, and
let's go that bean field.
Yeah.
Did you guys party out in the cornfields?
Yeah. That's where the ragers were, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, when the parents were gone, and a big party would be, and then of course the sheriffs would come to break it up, and then we'd all just scatter, and.
So your older brother saw that you could be possibly not making the best decisions.
He 100% saw it. He 100% saw it, and I actually owe a lot to him for kind of guiding me in that direction, because he knew. I mean, he knew, and he was well out of college, and starting his own career, and had a couple kids, my niece and nephew at the time, and so he knew. And I owe a lot to him to that he guided me down that path. And so, I mean, there were no college visits. There were nothing like that. I mean, I knew exactly what I wanted to do with his guidance and going to the military. So
it was just kind of complete high school. You weren't striving for any valedictorian or anything.
No, there was nothing like that at all.
So how long until when you graduate high school, would you go straight to the recruiter? Did you enlist while you were still in high school, like some kids do?
No, it was after I graduated, and I went to the Army recruiter, and I said, hey, get me into because we were in Afghanistan. I was like, hey, get me into Afghanistan. I want to go infantry. I'm ready to go tomorrow. And they're like, hey, slow down. Like, hold on, hard charger. And
and this is what, 2003?
This was 2003. May of 2003.
Okay, so as soon as you graduate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was the easiest recruit that ever. I didn't know anything about bonuses. I didn't know anything about anything. I saw Rambo, and I was like, hey, let's go. I want to get into that fight. Like, do not let this war end before I can get over there. I want to go kill as many bad guys as I possibly can, and I'm ready to go tomorrow.
Yep. That recruiter, I wonder how well those recruiters spot that kid.
They didn't have to do anything.
They're just like, oh, we got a special spot for you,
yeah.
bro. How long did it take before you were able to leave?
So I was on the delayed entry program because so many people, because at that point we went to Iraq, and the invasion started in Iraq in 2003, and so I left in October of 2003 to go to basic training.
So did you get one more summer of detasseling in?
No, I don't recall. I don't think I did.
You leave for basic in October of
2003.
Sorry, yeah, 2003.
Yep.
And so how's basic training?
It was a shock to me because I had never experienced anything like that, like going back, it was like I remember my so I didn't even really I didn't tell my parents I was doing this. I just was going, and then I eventually told them at some point. And I remember my dad being like super upset about it. And I remember he came, like when the recruiter came to pick me up to take me down to St. Louis to go, I remember
But like, you hadn't told, so you enlisted in sometime right after high school in the delayed entry program, and you didn't tell your parents?
Yeah, I mean, I was just like, hey, this is, I mean, again, it's like it was the rebel, right? It was wild. Like, I got it figured out, right? I got it figured out. I know what I'm doing. Like this, I'm all good.
Yeah, of course.
And
you knew everything.
I knew everything.
Obviously.
Yeah. And so,
don't we all?
And so, I remember my dad coming over to the house, and it was right before the recruiter was supposed to come pick me up, and he was like, Jason, don't do it. Don't get in there. There's nothing I can do for you if you get in that car. And I was like, no, I know exactly what I want to do. But I know he was coming from a good place. He was coming because he never talked about Vietnam, but and still doesn't. But he knew from picking up the infantry, seeing the bloody messes that was happening, picking up dead soldiers, probably mowing down a bunch of people. He knew exactly what he was saying, but it just didn't. He was just saying, all you are is a number. All you are is a number. Don't go and do it. And but I mean, I did it anyway. But he was coming from a really good place. He was coming from a good place, and I knew it. But it took me several years after the fact because I remember that conversation. Yeah. But then. As far as basic training, it was
well, just FYI, I mean, there's a whole phase of life where kids don't listen to their parents,
right?
And maybe it starts around between the ages of probably 6 and 10 is where it starts, and it maybe finishes at like between 25 and 40. It's like a whole. It could be anywhere in there.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the reasons in the Warrior Kid books that I made it Uncle Jake instead of the dad.
Oh, interesting.
And I also recognize that there's a lot of kids that don't have a dad around, so I didn't want to make a kid think like, oh, well, this kid has his dad to help him, and I don't have a dad, so I can never do this. But it's Uncle Jake, and he's just he's outside the fam, a little bit outside the fam, so. That's one reason. But the amount of people that come up to me and say, I'm so happy you wrote those books because my kids listen to Uncle Jake, but they won't listen to me. I say the exact same things, but they won't listen to me, and that's just the way it is. That's just awesome. The way it is. So your reaction to your dad, when your dad, a Vietnam veteran, telling you like, hey, don't do this, you're going to be a number, and you're like, no. Dad, you don't understand. Yeah. Actually, I remember my dad, when I enlisted in the Navy, he goes, you're going to hate it. You don't like authority. You don't like people telling you what to do. And you're going to hate it. And I said, it's different, Dad. This is the SEAL teams. It's a team. And that's how ignorant I was.
Yeah.
I thought, well, it's just a team, so there's no one in charge. I mean, that's just how stupid I was. Yeah. And my final example is when my son was like 10 years old, he was doing jiu-jitsu, and he was putting an arm lock on some other kid, and I told him like, hey, you need to get your hips a little more underneath that or something. I gave him something. He looked at me and said, no, you don't. Oh. And I was like, awesome. You're right, bro. You're right. You know everything.
Yeah.
I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 25 years at that time.
Yeah.
But you're good to go.
Yeah.
So very normal. Very normal. So did you start thinking when you got to boot camp, maybe your dad was right?
Yeah. Like it was, I mean, it was the shock of everything. And, it was just, complete chaos and not knowing what was going on. And, but I think that's normal, but, at the time it was the hardest thing that I had ever done, I remember they were like, hey, at the end of, basic training, you gotta, the final event, the final FTX is like a 15-mile road march, and then we just had completed a 2-mile road march, and I had never done anything. I'm like, dang, this pack is heavy, man. Like, how am I going to get through 15 miles? Like, dude, this is like, what am I going to do, And, but then just like, the learning of land navigation, and I've never fired a weapon before, but I was firing a rifle and all these, throwing grenades, and I'm like, dude, this is awesome. Like, this is great. but yeah, but then like, looking back on it, it was like, oh, when you're at the 101st Airborne, it's like 15 miles is child's play, You're doing that like every Thursday.
And that rolled right into AIT?
Rolled into AIT, and it was just kind of more of the same.
When you get to AIT, is it still a boot camp environment, or does it start to become a little bit more mentorship environment?
Yeah, it's still a boot camp environment, but I mean, like you're getting a little bit more freedom. That was 20 years ago. It's trying to remember, but I remember still being. It just kind of seemed like all one. It kind of seemed like it was just the same thing, but just you got a little bit more freedom.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any challenges in boot camp? Did you have any challenges in AIT? Anything did you ever get like, oh, I'm gonna fail this thing? Or were you pretty good to go? No,
I was pretty good to go. I didn't really have anything that my marksmanship was really good. I mean, I started from nothing. So like the way they built me up and to teach me how to shoot and everything was awesome. Everything that they did was like had a purpose. And I didn't like the drill and ceremony stuff. I didn't like that stuff. But I never really struggled at anything. I was just like, I don't know if it goes back to the detasseling days or whatever, but like, being in the mud and stuff like that. I mean, it was no big deal for me getting dirty. I mean, I was out in the timber and stuff a lot as a kid. So like, I loved it.
Just perfect. So as you're wrapping up that, did you have a contract to go airborne, or, when you end up at the 101st, mm-hmm. Did you have a pre-existing contract, or do you have to screen for that? Like, how does that work?
So for me, I mean, I would, again, easiest recruit that ever went. So, I mean, I just said, hey, give me, Army infantry. I don't care where you send me, as long as I can go to Afghanistan. And so, so I personally didn't have that contract. That's where I found out, like in basic training, I'm like, wait a second, you got $6,000 to sign up for 4 years? I was like, what the heck? And all these other,
you got jacked.
Oh man, I didn't know a thing, because I had it figured out, right? Yeah. I didn't tell my parents about anything. No one was there to guide me. It was just, this is what I wanted. So I got everything I wanted. I mean, the recruiter never, lied to me or put me in a place he didn't.
You got everything you wanted and not anything else.
I did, yeah. And so it was a basic training where they were giving out different duty stations for those who didn't have like a RIP contract mm-hmm. or whatever going into it. So they told me I was selected for the 101st Airborne, and I was so fired up. I was so excited to go there.
Now, is that based on your performance, or what is that based on?
I don't know if it's based on performance, or I remember you fill out a wish list too.
Did you even know on your wish list that you wanted to be airborne?
So the guy next to me, he said, I'm going to do Fort Campbell, Fort Bragg, and I think he's like 3rd ID. Or no, I'm sorry, it was 10th Mountain. And I was like, those sound great. And I just copied off of his. Again, I didn't know a thing.
That's so awesome, dude. So, okay, so then where do you end up getting stationed?
So I got stationed at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and I got there in January of 2004.
And that's is that with the 1st of 506?
No, so
because weren't you originally going somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah. So talk me through that.
Yeah. Okay. So, so I get to the 101st in January of 2004, and then at that time, all the 101st guys were in the invasion. And so like it was like a ghost town when I got there. And so I remember my mom drove me 6 hours from Pekin, Illinois to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And I was supposed to report to this replacement battalion. And so my mom's like, oh my gosh, you're going to the replacement battalion. Like, what does that mean? Are you going? Like, I'm like, I don't know, Mom. And so I get dropped off, and I'm just kind of learning like where I'm supposed to go, and then that's where they assigned me to 3rd Battalion, or I'm sorry, Alpha Company, 3rd Battalion, 187 Infantry, which is the Rakkasans. And so, but again, I have to wait till they come back. So I'm like just with a group of guys who are waiting to go to their unit, because the 101st at that time had 3 infantry brigades. They had 1st Brigade, 2nd Brigade, and 3rd Brigade, which was 327 Infantry, 50 Deuce Infantry, and then the 187 Infantry. Mm-hmm. And I was assigned to the 187. And so once they get back home, and I go into the unit, and it's again, not knowing anything, I thought that, hey, I passed basic training. I'm accepted into the family. Like, everything's cool. And it was anything but that. It was anything. It was rough. It was like, it was tough. And, but you got to think, like, so the 187 infantry, the unit that I was first assigned to, they just got done with 2 deployments. Mm-hmm. So they were the only unit in the 101st to go to Operation Anaconda in 2001. They get back home, and then they go to invasion in 2003. Mm-hmm. So here I am as a cherry dick coming into the 101st with these guys who have more combat time than anybody else, and it was rough. Mm-hmm. It was rough. It was no holds bars, fist fights, takedowns. You don't measure up. And I'm like, what is going on here? And it was just hard and rough. And man, I was like, man, dude, like, I don't know about this. Like, this is like what is going on? Like, mm-hmm. Is this the step to be accepted into? Mm-hmm. Because I didn't have any martial arts background. I never did wrestling or anything like that. So, man, it was. Again, I was easy picking.
Did you get put into a platoon or something when they get back?
Yeah, I was just put into a platoon, and I was just surrounded by all these veterans who like with 2 combat deployments under their belt, and it was just rough. It was just rough.
So did you start a workup with them? Did you start training with them?
No, because they were doing like a lot of when they came back, they were doing a lot of 3-day and 4-day weekends, so they could go home to their family. So I had a lot of like free time on my hands, and
when you weren't cage fighting with your platoon.
Oh my gosh, it was just rough. And I remember I was just like, man, like we're not really learning like how we're operating here. Mm-hmm. We're learning if I can take a few punches and stuff like that in takedowns, but like we're not learning like about like different weapon systems or stuff like that. I mean, that eventually came, but I was there such a short a period of time that I never did a workup with them.
So what changed?
So there was like a restructuring in the Army, and they were closing down 3rd Battalion of 187 and turning it into a Cav Scout unit. And so they had come up to all of us new guys, and all of us new guys had the same experience. I mean, it wasn't just me. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just me. I mean, everybody had the same experience as I did. And so so they said, you can either go to 1st Battalion or 2nd Battalion with 187, or you can go to this new unit that's forming up. And we all opted to go to this new unit. I think one guy stayed, but the rest of us went to this new unit. But we had no idea what this new unit was going to be. Mm-hmm. Had no clue. And we ended up heading over there, and they said, we're starting up this 4th Brigade, and it's gonna, it's the same job, infantry, and but if you want to come into this unit, you have to have a minimum of like 3 years or something like that. And your time still applies in basic training to for your contract. And I initially signed up for 3 years, and so. So I had to extend like 8 months or something like that to start with this new unit. And they're like, okay, report in that parking lot, tomorrow at 06 for PT, and you'll get further instruction. It's like, okay, right on.
How many people showed up in the parking lot for the first muster there?
There was like four of us. It was me and another guy that I was with at 187, and then just 2 other brand new guys. And we're just like, we had no sergeant. We had nothing. I mean, it was just an empty parking lot, and there was a guy. His name is Jason Dudley, and he was a special. I was an E3, and he was an E4, and so he kind of just let us on a PT, and we did PT, and then we came back, and we're just like, we don't know what we're supposed to do. We have nothing, so we went to headquarters. Like, hey, it's like, just be lost, and we'll come.
Who was
come
in the
tomorrow.
Headquarters unit?
It was just. I mean, it was hard. It was like there was nobody there, and so it was. But it wasn't like slowly but surely. Like guys every day started just showing up, mm-hmm. and like the ranks started getting filled, and so like it was just kind of like, hey, like. You're going to be in Delta Company, you're going to be in Charlie Company, you're going to be in Alpha Company, and then so next thing you know, like our ranks are filled up, and then we start getting some structure, and I remember the first sergeant that I had in that actually knew what he was doing, had some sort of structure and started training us, was Marco Silva, and he was an E5, and he PT'd us like 2 or 3 times a day, and if we weren't, because we didn't have any weapons. I mean, we didn't have we started doing like little battle drills and stuff like that with our hands. You know, I'm up, he sees me, I'm down, I'm down type stuff, doing obstacle courses, things like that. But it wasn't until we started getting weapons and barracks and stuff like that where it was like more regimented.
How long did that take? I mean, was it a couple months? Was it?
Yeah, I'd probably say it was like maybe 6 months it took to be like to have some sort of base, some sort of foundation.
And you end up in Delta Company. Death Dealers.
The Death Dealers.
Did you guys have that name already established?
No. So once we had our company, and when we were segregated into our platoons, you know, first through 4th platoon, I remember my company commander, Ukiah Senti, who was the man.
He's a beast.
He kind of like put it up to a vote, and he was just like, hey, you know, we have and I think he understood at the time that to establish culture, to establish what do we want this to be. And he was such an aggressive guy that somebody had shouted out Death Dealers, and he's like, I'm good with that. and so that's how it happened. And like, it was so awesome, like, to be, because then we found out we were the 506 too. And I remember watching I didn't have a lot of money growing up, you know, and so like I remember, you know, again going back to watching a bunch of war movies. I remember one of my mom's friends had HBO and would tape Band of Brothers, and then he would give them to my mom so I could watch them, and I would watch those over and over and over. And I was so proud to be part of the 506, and I was so proud to be a part of like the Death Dealers, because I mean, like, it like just the culture that was set. It was just everything that I signed up to do. I'm like, yeah, I can get down with this.
Yeah. Ukiah Senti. The first time I met him, remember, it was the first time we were doing planning and operations or whatever, and so we'd be sitting down and talking. I was with Seth Stone, and we're going over whatever we're going over for an op, and then we start, you know, after a little while, start talking about normal human things. And so his first name is Ukiah, and I was like, I don't know if I asked him, I don't really remember, but I just remember him telling me it's haiku spelled backwards, and I laughed, and he's like, yeah, my parents were hippies. And he's like, and they got me freaking company commander of Death Dealers. Yeah. Well, let's go.
Yeah.
But what a beast.
So did you meet him at Corregidor?
Yeah,
for the first time?
Yeah. Because, you know, we'd be when you're planning these operations.
Yeah.
Especially early on, where I'd come over and trying to integrate and make sure that we, you know, we're doing the right things. That's where I met him and Claiborne and just the rest of the guys. Yeah. So yeah, he was, and Stoner loved Senti, dude. Like, he was fired up.
Yeah.
And then you on top of that, you had this connection with the 506. You had the connection with Currahee. Do you remember when Colonel Clark showed up?
I do. We had a battalion formation, and I remember he said, "Today's a great day to be in the Army, men." And he's like, you know, we are the 506th, and he's like, we're going to be training hard, and he's like, you guys are going to love every second of this. And and what an amazing guy he is.
The best.
He is such a great leader. So, like, you know, of course, it's like a new guy. Like, I'm not going to go, you know, approach him as a E3 or E4, but like, he would come around all the time. He would come around just to get to know you, not like you know, intimately, like, hey, how many, you know, brothers and sisters or whatever do you have, or, you know, stuff like that. But just more of just like always being around, always being a presence, always just giving that positive example, and just a great man. Yeah,
I couldn't agree with you more. The interactions I had with him, again, going to Corregidor for the first time, meeting with him, and just his attitude, and how his attitude spread through everyone. Like everyone, I mean, most people there just had such a positive attitude about what we were doing, how we were going to do it, how we're going to make things happen. Just, I always describe him as one of the best leaders I've ever worked for anywhere. Just awesome. And that sounds exactly like the type of thing he would say when he takes over as a battalion commander. Like, it's a great day to be in the Army, and we're part of the first of the 506.
And it was just such a powerful moment, and I just get so much pride from it, just with the history of it all. And it was just a really, really proud moment for me to be a part of something like that. I just knew there was just something special about it. There was something special about it, just with the leadership that we had.
Yeah. He's now 3-star general right now. Hopefully he'll be president one day.
Yeah.
Did I say that? Yes, I certainly did just say that. Sergeant Major Catterton, another guy, was just great guy, and they just made a great team.
Yeah, they did.
What's the workup like? So now you're formed up. What's the workup consist of? What are you guys doing?
Guys are going to schools. Guys are just a bunch of different schools, and just a bunch of hard training, a bunch of battalion exercises, company exercises, platoon exercises, and we're just getting to know each other, how we want to do stuff, what our internal SOPs are going to be, what the battalion, what the standards they're pushing, and I mean, it was a truly train to standard. Like, you are going to meet this standard, or we're not going home. And I mean, it could be 2 a.m. before everybody gets it. Everybody helping each other out. Everybody policing our own. I mean, we had like onesies and twosies that would get in trouble and stuff like that. But for the most part, like, we policed our own, and we were good. Like, we were really good when we were getting ready to go. So
you when you're going on deployment, you guys thought you were going to Solder City. Didn't you guys think you were going to Solder City?
Yeah, so we got orders to Solder City at first, and everybody was just pissed off. Everybody was so mad because they're like, "Oh, great, we're going to some yellow zone. Like here we are. Like we're really good, but you're sending us to some yellow zone." And then, like, I remember, I don't know who it was, but somebody came and was like, "Yeah, well, we might go to yellow zone, and then it might move more towards a red zone later, but for right now, this is where we're going to be." And we're like, "Oh, okay." But we had no idea. All we knew was we were going to Solder City.
And then how do you actually go on deployment? Because you first go to Kuwait. Isn't that what you guys did? How do you get there?
On a plane.
Like C-17s, just loading you guys up?
Yeah, we went to...
Do you pre-stage gear? Does your gear go over on ships or anything like that first?
The gear goes on ships and Connexes, and then, I mean, we carry our rifles and machine guns with us and stuff, but then, after we get to... I can't remember where we landed, but we left from Fort Campbell, and then we took a commercial airliner over to Kuwait, and then
commercial airliner filled with all you guys, or a civilian flight?
No, it was just
contracted civilian airline.
Yep, it was filled with all of us, and I mean, I remember being on this enormous plane. It's the biggest plane I've ever been on in my entire life, and my machine, because I was a 50 cal gunner, and so like my saw was right next to me on this plane. I was like, this is crazy. I didn't expect it to be like this.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because everyone goes on deployment a little bit differently, and it's just always. It's usually not what people expect. What a civilian would expect. Yeah. A civilian, even guys that were going to Vietnam. Like, I've had Vietnam guys on there. Like, yeah, I got on a plane and like a regular civilian aircraft, and they're flying either to or from Vietnam, and that's how they got there.
Yeah.
And then they spend their year on the ground. They go through everything they go to. They get put on another civilian plane, flying back with random civilians. It's wild.
Yeah.
And there you are with a saw. Sitting in economy class. That could get you. That might be able to get you an upgrade. Having that saw with you. And so you land in Kuwait. How long are you supposed to be on the ground in Kuwait for?
So we were told just like a couple of weeks we were going to be in Kuwait until we go to Solder City. And I believe we were in Camp Virginia at first, and then and again we were just kind of finalizing our stuff. Right, we were finalizing, confirming our zeros. Making sure we were all locked on, ready to go. I mean, because we're on the preface of of going over there for like I would say half of the battalion. And this is just my estimate. I could be off, but I would say half of our battalion were just fresh guys who had never experienced war before, like myself, and then intermixed was a bunch of guys who just got back from the invasion. So I mean, you had a bunch of guys from different units in the Army, but the majority of them came from the 101st and came to this new unit, which was the 506, that had combat experience.
At what point did you find out you guys are you're not going to Sadr City, you're going to a different place? It's another place called Ramadi.
So we were in Kuwait, and I remember waking up and like none of our leadership was there. Like we had like the sergeants and stuff there, but like all the officers like were gone. There might have been a couple there, but the majority of them were gone. We're like, where is everybody? Because we still had we still had a routine of what we were doing every day. So we didn't know if this was a test. We didn't know what was going on. So we just continued as normal as best we could, and everybody just had no idea where everybody was. And when they ended up coming back, they had done like a leader's recon in Ramadi, and they came back, and
so they were gone for like a couple days,
a day or two, I would say, and we're in this tent in Kuwait, and Captain Senti says, "Hey, company formation," and so we formed up in this tent, and he's just like, "Change of plans, we're going to Ramadi." And we're like, "What?" And we're like, "Yeah, we're going to Ramadi." And we just got back from there, and he had this projector screen in there, and he's like, "Where we're going is the most violent place in theater right now. We're going to the absolute most dangerous place in the entire world." And he pulled up this map there was a topographical map of our AO of Ramadi, from the 2906 grid line to the 55 grid line. And I'm looking at this map, and it was a blank map. And then the next slide it just looked like somebody had thrown a can of blue paint on it. And it said, all these blue dots represent the last direct contact with coalition forces in the last 2 weeks. And you could hardly see anything. Yeah. And then the next slide it looked like somebody had thrown a red can of paint on there. And you couldn't even see anything because it was just covered in red and blue dots everywhere. And it said the red dots indicate all the IEDs that have been found or blown up against coalition forces in the last 2 weeks. And I'm just like, where are we going? Like this is going to be everything that we thought it was going to be. I mean, like we wanted to go to the absolute worst place, and we were headed there. And a little bit more like that's when I became like a little bit more nervous, because I'm just like, all right, because I was conditioned to go yellow zone and pissed off, like, I want to go, I want to go kill as many bad guys as possible. And then I'm like, man, I'm never going to get an opportunity, to do this in Sadr City. And then to get to Ramadi, I'm like, man, be careful what you wish for, because now you're going to the big dance.
Mm-hmm. How were the rest of the boys?
It was kind of similar. I mean, there was a lot of dudes that were fired up, but I mean, you could tell like the tone had definitely changed because like, I mean, we were getting ready to leave in a few days to go there, when all we were thinking in our mind was one thing, and then it changed mm-hmm. to something completely different.
How did you guys get from Kuwait to Ramadi?
So they had told us, so we were getting intel briefs leading up to when we were leaving, and
this is like November of 2005, right?
Yeah, this is like I think it went into December, like mm-hmm. the early part of December of 2005, and so they said, hey, like these intel briefs, like once the enemy finds out that there's going to be a change, like they're going to start attacking you. Yep. Like they're going to start they're going to start attacking you. So we're going to do this, 0 dark 30 in the morning, and how we're doing this is half the battalion is going in by Humvee, and half of them are going in on Chinooks. And it was the Marine Corps version of the Chinooks. Was it CH-46? CH-40, yeah.
Well, yeah, the 46 is smaller than a Chinook.
Mm-hmm.
They also have 53s, which may or may not have been used. But yeah, if they were using 46s, that sounds about right.
Yeah, we were doing so I was assigned to go. We were gonna, and I'm not sure if there was like a couple waves, but I remember being in the first helicopter like touching down first.
Did you guys fly right into Kedzior, or did you fly into Camp Ramadi on the other side?
No, we flew into the COP across the street from Kedzior.
Damn.
Yeah, so because we didn't have an airfield like at Kedzior, we didn't have anything.
So this was obviously at night.
This was at night, and so and they said, and they were like, hey, like this is going to be a touch and go. I mean, you're gonna land enough to get off the bird, and then the other one's coming in, and so you got to get to your spot, as quick as possible. But leading up to that, they are also giving us intel briefs that like, hey, they don't have like what you go there with is what you have. Like they don't have anything. And so while we were in Kuwait, we were doing recons in Kuwait, trying to like steal ammo and any piece of equipment that we could have to help us over there, because we didn't know when we were going to get resupplied. And so like I remember having 50 cal links sticking out of my rucksack as I was getting ready to board the bird. And I remember like I was leaning back, and two guys had to help pick me up because my rucksack was so heavy, because I had so much equipment in there, MREs, everything, because we just had no idea. And there was so much weight on my back that when I was sitting in the bird going to Ramadi, I remember it so clearly. We were all on nods, and I remember the Marine Corps door gunner had a 50 cal out of there, and he racked that thing, and I'm like, man, are we going into like a hot like what are we like? I just remember it so clearly, and I remember like I was the last one to board and the first one going to be off, and when we started our descent, I'm looking out the back of the Chinook, and I just see him flying, like the rest of the guys flying in formation behind me, and like that's when I'm starting to get amped up, and I knew the spot that I was supposed to be at, and so it was the same thing, right? Like green light go, and the ramp drops, and we're getting off. But I couldn't see anything because it was so dark, and there was like a little lip of like the bird. So like it took me everything I could to stand up on my own. And when I stood up, I had so much weight on the back that I tripped out of the bird. And so so everybody's thinking I'm hit already. And so like my magazines fly out everywhere, and they're trying to pull me, but you can't hear anything because of the propeller. And so that's how I spent my first.
Welcome to Ramadi.
That's how I spent my first steps in Ramadi, right there.
How long did it take for everyone to get there?
I remember everybody coming in like that night. I don't remember anybody. Mm-hmm. I don't remember. I think everybody came there that night. So
now you get moved in. Where'd you move into? What building were you in?
So it was right across from the headquarters building.
Okay.
It was an agricultural college, and I remember
by that he means that this whole place, Camp Kedzior, Echo Charles, that you've heard us talk about a bunch over the years. Before it was Camp Kedzior, it was an agricultural college, so they had like buildings with classrooms in them and stuff like that. And so that's what it was. But now it's just this base for the 1st of the 506, and before you guys were there, it was 269 Armor.
Yep.
They had been out there, so. You get moved into your room.
Yeah, I walk across the street from the COP. When we landed, walk over. They said, "Hey, this is where you're staying." And there were still guys from 269 there, and they're just like, "Hey, grab an open bunk." And there was bunks for like 20 guys in this classroom, and grabbed a bunk and just kind of got the layout of the building I was at, because it was still dark, and I didn't know where anything was. I didn't know how big this place was. I didn't know anything. It was completely unknown to me at the time.
Yeah, the 269 prior to you guys showing up, had lost 6 soldiers inside Camp Kedzior. So from indirect fire.
Yeah.
So they'd lost 6 soldiers from mortars. And so Kedzior was gnarly. It was gnarly.
Yeah. And, Jocko, I don't have any perspective other than this, right? This is my one and only deployment. So I have no perspective on how this is supposed to go, right? I have no idea what
context whatsoever.
None.
You're just like, this is war.
I'm kind of living day by day.
This is what's happening.
I'm like, oh, okay, must be what the guys in Baghdad are living with. This must be what's going on.
I'm glad you didn't get to see what that looks like.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
So it was. It wasn't until I didn't sleep at all that night because I didn't know what was going on. But I remember going into the classroom and there were sandbags stacked from bottom to top inside of this one window, or that used to be a window, and there were no lights. It was complete noise light discipline. It was complete. You wear your body armor everywhere you go, helmet everywhere you go. If you're going outside to have a smoke. If you're going to go burn your own waste, whatever it is, you're wearing that body armor.
What kind of turnover did you get from the guys from 269?
It was just you just got to keep moving. Like don't ever stay in one spot. I remember a guy telling me, don't ever stay in one spot. Just always move when you're out on the street. Just always move. Don't just stand in one place. Just constantly move, or you're going to get hit. And just, he's like, good luck with the IEDs, man. They're everywhere.
How long was it before you rolled out on your first patrol?
3 days. 3 days, but going that very first morning that we woke up, we got our kit on and everything, and we were just we were touring to see where everything else. Hey, this is where the phones are. This is your chow hall.
Mm-hmm.
This is your PX, which was, it was there was nothing in there.
Yeah.
The chow hall had like 6 seats. For us to sit down and eat, so most of us just took to-go boxes to leave because you couldn't fill that in. Hey, this is where you go to the bathroom. This is where it's all outside here. Mm-hmm. So we kind of got this is where the fuel is. This is where the water jugs are, and so. But that very next day when we were touring, it was we got indirect fire on us that day, and that's the first time that I heard that siren, and it and sometimes it worked, but other times you just didn't have a chance. It just wouldn't pick it up for whatever reason, but it's just that bing, 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 incoming, and you just find a place to just tie. So me and a buddy ran into that PX, and it just the mortars were just crashing in like right away, and I'm like, dude, this is nuts.
That was your first morning.
This is war. Yeah. Like these guys. That's when I realized these guys are trying to kill me, and we're not going to let that happen. Like we're going to try to kill as many of these guys as we possibly can.
Yeah, that was another big thing about being in Ramadi was that the former army base, that the Iraqi army base that was there, was some kind of like artillery base, and so a lot of the insurgents actually were skilled at indirect fire. Oh. So that's why they would be able to hit targets they would barely even have to bracket them. They'd have them all measured out, and they would just like the first rounds would be on target.
Yeah, and we found out that out really quick because we got mortared every day. 2 and 3 times a day. They would just come crashing in. Our chow hall had a mortar fall into it. There was a video that was circulating around before we got there. I think of them, maybe it was them doing their leaders recon, but the siren was coming off and a mortar crashed into the headquarters building, and so yeah, it was every day that it was like that.
What did the guys from 269? What did they tell you about IEDs besides good luck? Were they giving you a heads up, like look for this, look for that, look for everything?
Yeah, I don't recall. They just said they're just everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's just absolutely everywhere, and it just kind of confirmed what that map showed. Like at that point, because like you're trying to find, like later on, you're trying to find patterns, trying to find out how are they doing this? How are they? What is the pattern that's being established here? Or how do we keep getting hit? And we'll probably dive into that like a little bit later. But at that point, everything was so raw and so new that I was just trying to learn as much as they were giving me in the short time that we had together of those guys who'd been there. But just like looking at their faces, you could just tell they went through it.
Yeah, I can't remember I don't know if I have it in my notes or not, but I was reading some Ramadi stuff yesterday, and one of the things that Colonel Clark was talking about, maybe it was an interview or something, but the Army had found, I think it was 269 had found 18 IEDs in some very short distance and cleared them all, or maybe it was the 506. But anyways, Army unit found 18 IEDs in 300 yards or 200 yards or something like this. They clear them all. The next day they go back, 18 more IEDs.
Yeah, just
reseeded all those holes. Like they were freaking aggressive and active in making this happen. So now a couple days later, 3 days later, you're going on your first patrol.
Yeah, 3 days later, I go on my first patrol,
and you're a freaking turret gunner.
And I'm a 50 cal gunner. Yeah.
Did you guys have the enhanced like Pope glass around your turret or no?
Not when we first got there.
Yeah, you had to build it out.
Yeah, so I remember the first truck that I had was I'm looking at my space, and Humvee's a Humvee, but it wasn't. I mean, there might have been some armor on it, but we didn't have the new ones yet at the time. And I mean, I remember like the piece of armor. I mean, it was like somebody on their spare time had welded a protection around the turret that we had, and it was like jaggedy, and it would cut you and stuff as you were getting in. It was just all rusty from some piece of metal that they found. I remember when I was setting up my 50, the box of ammo that they had, because I was used to because we had a certain way about like loading our 50 cals and like, hey, once we go through this box, like we know I'm coming to this box, to this box, to this box. We had it down through our workup. And so I remember this huge box of 50 cal ammo that I had. I mean, there must have been 500 rounds in this thing. It was so heavy that it was hard for me to turn the turret as I needed to. And I'm like, well, maybe they need all this, you know what I mean? Because, I have no idea, like I'm just going to ride with this for right now and until I get my own groove. And I remember like we were going out at night, and it was to recover a vehicle that had been blown up and then entrapped in concertina wire. So is like the Baghdad International Highway, Route Michigan. That was our main objective to keep clear for coalition forces. I mean, that's how we got everything. That's how we got food, mail, laundry. I mean, everything, right? And so it was a main supply route, and it was about a 70-mile stretch of road from Baghdad to Ramadi. And on one side of the road, you had coalition forces where we could only drive down, and then the other side was for the civilians, and every day. Now we could go on both sides of the road, but in the middle of that was the concertina wire that stretched all the way down, and there were certain guard positions all the way down Ramadi, because they would blow us up every day on that road, and so they had. At certain positions, they had like OP graveyard. That was this huge graveyard that was overlooking Route Michigan. Then they had maybe it was a couple more Humvees down the road that could get a stretch of road, and then maybe a couple tanks on. It just went all the way down like that, and but you couldn't. I mean, with human nature and everything, being so tired and everything. I mean, like you couldn't cover it all the time, and it was just one of those things that you just kind of had to trust that guys were doing the right thing and keeping awake, and smoking dudes who were trying to set up IEDs, and so I remember this truck had been blown up.
Is this your first patrol?
This is my very first
Your
patrol.
very first patrol. So a truck gets blown up and it's wrapped up in concertina wire.
Yeah, and it was and we had to go out there and it, you know how that concertina wire is. It just gets around the axles and everything like that. And it had some sort of sensitive equipment on there. I can't remember what, but they were trying to. So we geared up and we head out. We get down there. We set up our perimeter. We shut everything down, and we have this. And we didn't know anything about the 45-minute rule at the time, right? We had no idea about the 45-minute rule.
You're about to find out.
Yeah, and so we set up our perimeter and everything, and I'm ready to go, right? I'm thinking just like when I arrived in Ramadi the first time, I'm thinking, all right, as soon as I touch down, we're going to get in a firefight, So I set up, and nothing happens. Nothing happens, and we couldn't recover the vehicle, and so we were out there for about an hour, and they finally said, "Hey, we're blowing this thing in place. We're leaving it here. We cannot get to it."
What was it? A Hummer?
It was. I think it was like a 2-ton, like where the troops are in. I can't remember the name of it. Where they would ride in the back
like
of
a
it.
Map V or something,
yeah,
like
something
a 6
like
by.
That. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So so they're just like, hey, we're just gonna blow it in place, and then we're gonna head out. And so we blew it in place.
Are there guys from 269 Armor with you, or are you guys on your own?
I think we were on our own.
Sure,
it was just
that happened quick.
It was just it was first platoon, and so the dirty first, and so we head. So we're heading back, and how we had our formation always set up to where I was always in the third Humvee, and so it was 50 cal gunner, Mark 19 gunner, 50 cal gunner, Mark 19 gunner. So the 50 cal gunners always, their primary weapon system was the 50 cal, and then their secondary weapon system was the saw. Mm-hmm. And then now with the Mark 19s, we had the Mark 19, and then we had the 240 Bravos, so they could have a little bit of both too. Mm-hmm. And so that's how it was set up. So I had my 50 cal, and I was normally always facing towards the 3 o'clock position, mm-hmm. and just in the formation. So number one guy's facing noon. Mm-hmm. Number 2 guys facing 9 o'clock. I'm facing 3 o'clock, and the truck behind me is facing 6 o'clock. So we had that 360 degrees coverage at all times. And we were told by 269, it was like, hey, when you're going somewhere, go fast. Don't go slow. Don't be driving Miss Daisy. I mean, just drive fast. And so we were driving fast. And next thing you know, like I'm sitting in the gun, and I'm facing to the right, and I'm holding on to the 50 cal. And all of a sudden, I see tracers flying over my head. And I'm looking up, and I'm like, oh, there's tracers. And my sergeant, who was super, very aggressive, he was kind of reminds me of the Marlboro Man. It was his second deployment, and just a hard dude, Sergeant Holbert. He was like, Keds, get up and shoot. And I just kind of snapped out of it, and I remember taking my 50 cal in the building that I saw the tracers coming from. I just hammered down on that 50 cal, and I mean, I let that thing eat. And but at the time, so with that big ammo can that I had, I didn't check to see what rounds were in there. So they were APIT rounds, so they're armor piercing incendiary tracer rounds, and I guess I wasn't supposed to shoot those, but I was shooting them, and I was catching everything on fire inside the house, and that building was just crumbling down, and then so my Holbert was just like, all right, kids, because I mean I was going from the 3 o'clock heading towards the 6. I mean I was just letting them have it, And then, we get back to Kedzior, and I am just amped up.
That's your first patrol ever.
My first patrol ever in Ramadi.
You dump 100 rounds of 50 cal.
Oh, yeah.
Or more.
Oh, yeah, probably more. And in a short period of time. Because I knew everything about that. I mean, the M2HB 50 cal, you could just, oh, God, I love that thing. It was just such a great weapon system, and I was really good on it. And I remember getting trained up on that thing, and one of my sergeants was like, this thing was actually recalled in World War II because it was too accurate, and it wanted to be more crew serve so it could space out the rounds. But I knew everything about that in that weapon system, and I loved it. I was just a natural on it. I just felt good on it, and And so when we got back to Corregidor, I remember we were like, hey, how many rounds do you think you fired? Did you see anybody get hit? All that sort of stuff. And hey, how are our vehicles looking? Because we knew our vehicle got shot up. And so I remember looking on the side, and the side that I was facing on the passenger side where the rounds were coming from, there was 3 bolt holes in the glass that the glass had stopped the rounds. And I'm just like, man, like this is my first patrol. Like, how am I going to make it out of here alive?
What's your op tempo turn into now? Day 2. Like, what do you start getting a consistent op tempo?
Yeah, I mean, Captain Senti wanted. I asked him. I said, what was our op tempo compared to other the other companies that we had? It was just 10x. We were a unique company in like being within the 506 because we mostly operated on Humvees. We did some foot patrols too, but the majority of our time we were operating on Humvees. We were a heavy weapons platoon, and so we were doing a lot. We were a QRF at some point. We were mission platoons. We were we had to man guard positions along inside Corregidor and outside. So we were constantly working all the time. And so from what I remember, it was kind of set up like this. Like you had, if you were mission platoon one day, then the next day you were like duty platoon. And what that meant was like duty on the whether guarding on the guard towers outside of Corregidor or on Route Michigan itself, and then you were secondary mission platoon and then QRF, and it just kind of rotated like that. So there was some sort of order that we always had. But I mean, a mission comes down and third platoon is out there. Its secondary mission comes in. Now we're going out. So I mean, there was never any break. I mean, we were going out day and night, 2 and 3 times a day.
What does the operation look like kind of from, so let's say you get a mission, like an actual mission that you're going to do. How's that taking place? Are you getting a warning order? Are you doing the operations order? What are you doing for gear prep? And then what's your mentality going out? So let's start with like how are you hearing about a mission that you're about to do?
So one of the squad leaders would come in and say, hey, we got a mission coming up, stand by. And that's kind of how it would be, and we just knew that to be, hey, go start prepping. And I mean, we didn't have anybody, so like what we had is what we took out there with us. And so we had to make sure that we were self-sustaining for who knows how long. So we always had to make sure we had water with us. We had to make sure our radios. I was a radio guy too, so like we had to make sure our radios were filled because we were constantly doing stuff with the radios and making sure stuff was clean and swept out, making sure things were properly marked and stuff, just to make our jobs as easy as possible so we could just get to work when we needed to. And then after that was done, we had a war room, like right as you walk into the front. I don't know if you remember that, but you walk into the front, it was to the right, and we lived to the left. And we had just had a big topographical map of our AO, and it would just a mission would kind of sound like, it would be like, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to support EOD on a route clearance mission. We're expecting maybe 10% casualties when we go out, but this is what time that they're getting ready to go out, and you're going to be escorting them all night long. Or, you're going to be doing a mission at the hospital, and we think there's a weapons cache in there. First and third platoon are going to go out there, and this is what third platoon's mission is. This is what first platoon mission is, and we're going to try to clear that weapons cache.
Did each platoon have their own Humvees, or did you rotate Humvees?
Yeah, no, we had our own Humvees. So
you were on the same gun all the time. You had your little baby.
Yeah, that was my baby for sure.
Did you have a name for your gun?
No, I didn't name the gun, but our platoon name was Dirty First, and each platoon kind of had their own name. Like second platoon was Jolly Rogers, fourth platoon was the Shockers, and so we just had like different cultures inside of our company.
Going out and, you mentioned, hey, we're going to go out and do security for the route clearance that's going down.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling rolling out on that mission? Now you know you're going to get there. They're literally looking for IEDs. And I rode in those things. But I got the comfort of riding in like the Buffalo or whatever, where it's I'm just like kind of along for the ride, almost like I'm watching a show because it's so relatively safe in there compared to a Humvee. They did lose those mine clearance vehicles on our deployment, but you feel relatively safe in there. Mm-hmm. And it was actually one of the cooler things because when you're in a Humvee, your kind of vision is all terrible and you're looking around, you can't move. Mm-hmm. You had pretty clear vision standing up in the freaking turret.
I did, yeah.
Maniac.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing on those route clearances are when they find something, which they're going to, they're probably going to find between 5 and 10 IEDs that they're going to have to stop and clear, which means you're sitting there. Yeah. So when you're, you mentioned the 45-minute rule earlier. Yeah. We didn't really talk about what it was. Sure. Echo Charles, you got 45 minutes and you're getting attacked. Mm-hmm. And it got shorter and shorter over time, but that was sort of a general rule. Mm-hmm. If you were out there and you gave the enemy 45 minutes, they were going to be on you and they're going to be hitting you. Mm-hmm. And the more you understood that, the quicker you would move. Mm-hmm. But on an IED clearance,
slow going.
You stop, and then they're going to spend 15 minutes poking at that IED, putting a charge on it, blowing it up, and then you move 80 yards down the road, they find another one, and you're stopping again.
That's exactly how it went.
Are you ever getting out of your Humvee as a 50 cal gunner? Rarely.
I mean, like if we were doing like a dismounted patrol to where we were, hitting a bunch of houses or something like that. Like maybe a couple guys would stay with the Humvees, because we didn't have like a lot of people. I mean, mm-hmm. so when we got out, we needed all hands on deck, and so like a couple guys could guard the Humvees while we were clearing houses and stuff, doing hard knocks and things of that nature. But for the most part, I was in the 50 cal.
When I was a young SEAL, we had this 96-hour planning cycle. So you'd get like tasked with a mission, and then we had this whole protocol that we'd follow, and it was based on the military decision-making process. This was all coming from like higher headquarters throughout the entire military. This 96-hour planning cycle. That was what the 90s was like for me. And then fast forward, my first deployment to Iraq, we're just kind of in the same mode that you're talking about, where our gear's loaded, like we're in the same Humvees, like we can roll. And I remember my commanding officer, he wanted to brief up the chain of command how long it takes us to respond. And he goes, hey, Jocko, if you get tasked with something, how long do you need to go and launch? And I said, 15 minutes. And he thought I was kidding. Like he goes, no, seriously. And I said, oh no, I'm serious. We'll be out the front gate in 15 minutes. That's how much time we need. All I need is a location. I need a frequency of the conventional forces that are running that AO, and we're good. And that's kind of the mode that you guys got into.
Yeah.
Like, here's the mission. Here's where we're going. Plus, you start to know the city. You know all the routes. Mm-hmm. You know the blocks numbering on the battle map. And it just becomes, all right, tell us where we're going and what we're doing. And the gear prep's the same. The comms procedures are the same. The CASEVAC QRF procedures are pretty close. And that's kind of the mode that you get into.
Mm-hmm. And our debriefs were brutal. So if somebody didn't do their job, or somebody overlooked something because they got distracted with something, and we didn't have a piece of equipment that we needed or something like that, or we didn't, or the tank wasn't, or if our fuel tank wasn't completely full at all times, like we were letting them have it. And, I remember being a part of some brutal debriefs because of how serious the situation was in Ramadi. And it was just a testament to our sergeants who kind of held that standard of a debrief to make sure that we were always on top of our stuff.
You're there. You get there in early December. You actually sent me a speech. I think it's a Memorial Day speech. Your friend Jason McNamara gave this speech, and it's covers an important event, so I'm going to get into it right now. It says, this is Jason McNamara. He's one of your best friends, and he says this: it was the night of March 13th, 2006. I was mounting the weapon system on our vehicle, not knowing I was preparing for a different mission that would forever change my life and take two of my brother's lives. My platoon was supposed to escort EOD to clear a route to the east for a battalion mission the next morning. As I was mounting my 240 Bravo, my weapon, a belt-fed machine gun, and my Mark 19 belt-fed grenade launcher onto our vehicle, gunfire erupted about a click to the west in the Mulab district. This was nothing new and a regular occurrence. I could see the tracer rounds lighting up the night sky. Then we heard chatter on our truck radio. Charlie Company had received contact and had several wounded that needed to be extracted immediately. This is what's interesting about this, and I was just talking about being in Baghdad. In Baghdad, stuff's going on, but it's going on 12 miles away, 18 miles away, 14 miles away, because Baghdad's huge. Mm-hmm. In Ramadi, when there's a firefight going on in the city, and if you go outside, in any one of the combat outposts, any one of the either on Camp Ramadi on the west side or Camp Corregidor on the east side, if there's a firefight going on in the city, you know it. You can just hear it. You can see it. You can see the tracers going. And so that is what this was like, where you'd be doing something, preparing for something, and if you were outside and a firefight breaks out, you'd see tracers flying through the sky.
Yeah, it was wild. It almost felt to me like we were surrounded. It felt like Corregidor, we were surrounded by 400,000 people. That's what it felt like to me. It felt like we were always being watched. And that's why we were running from place to place. Mm-hmm. But when you were setting up your equipment, you could just stand on the Humvee and just watch it all go down. Yeah. Like you just had a front row seat to it.
Continuing on, we were not the designated QRF that night, but we were ready and would be the quickest option to get to them. Our platoon of 4 Humvees left seconds later, with my truck being the second in line. I was in the gunner seat. My section leader, Sergeant Dar, was riding shotgun, and my platoon leader, Lieutenant Cooley, was riding in the rear passenger seat, and Specialist Dan was driving our vehicle. So again, this firefight breaks out. These guys are preparing to go and do an EOD route clearance, kind of a standard, and then Charlie Company gets hit, and now in a matter of seconds, it's changed mission, and we're going to recover a vehicle.
QRF, yep.
Charlie Company had marked an area where we could evacuate their wounded with an IR chem light. Little did any of us know that we had just pulled up into a complex ambush, and the first truck and my truck were sitting directly on top of buried IEDs composed of anti-tank mines and 155 millimeter mortars. We didn't get a chance to start loading the wounded before both IEDs detonated. The next thing I remember was being in excruciating pain. My face and goggles were covered in burnt ordnance and dirt. My body armor was shredded. I couldn't see my legs, but I knew they were severely injured. After I removed my soot-filled goggles, I could see my legs twisted and pushed backwards underneath me. As my legs quivered from the trauma and adrenaline, I could feel my bones grinding together. I didn't know if my legs were even attached or just held together by my clothing. I couldn't breathe with all the smoke from the explosion and my burning truck. I yelled to Dan to shut off the truck and got no answer. The explosion had blown 3 of the doors off our truck, and as I looked out the driver's side, I could see Dan laying on the ground unresponsive. The blast had blown Dan and Lieutenant Cooley out of the truck. Sergeant Dar was still in his seat, but the blast had bent his door frame and he could not open his door. He asked if I was okay. I replied my legs were both broken. Every person in the first 2 trucks was wounded. Moments later, our guys from 2nd and 3rd truck were outside our vehicle, now having to extract our wounded into the remaining 2 trucks. Staff Sergeant Hudspeth was behind me, trying to get me out. I was stuck in the gunner seat strap, hovering about 2 feet off the floor of the truck. I took out my knife and cut myself free and dropped to the bottom of the truck. Hudspeth proceeded to grab the back of my body armor behind my neck and tried to drag me out. My broken legs kept on catching on the twisted metal of what remained of the floor of my truck. The explosion had ripped a hole almost as wide as our Humvee. When I was able to get my legs free, he dragged me out, and as I hit the ground, my legs twisted up on top of me. Hudspeth wasted no time in putting his tourniquet on one leg, and I handed him my tourniquet for my other leg. This all happened while under fire from small arms and RPGs. They loaded me into the back of the third truck under Specialist Casey Patterson. As we were turning around to get out of the ambush, another RPG exploded next to our vehicle. With all the smoke and dust in the air, Private Perez, the driver of the third truck, couldn't see. We ended up crashing into a wall. Luckily, he was able to back up and maneuver us out of there before the insurgents could fire another RPG. On our way back to Camp Corregidor, I remember Casey looking down on me from the gunner seat. I kept closing my eyes and nodding off, but Casey made sure that I stayed conscious by shaking me and trying to give me words of encouragement. I didn't know at the time, but Dan was losing his life in the fourth truck. Dan died that night in Sergeant Darr's arms before we made it back to base. Dan, a brand new father that would never meet his baby that was born just weeks before that night. We passed the QRF on the way out. It was a platoon of M1 Abrams tanks from the Pennsylvania National Guard. They were able to evacuate the wounded from Charlie Company, and one killed in action. I would later find out while lying in the hospital bed that Staff Sergeant Silva was the KIA. He had been attached to Charlie Company as a sniper. He was the reason I was assigned to Delta Company and was my very first squad leader. The blast had shattered both of my heels. I had bilateral open fractures to my tibia and fibula. Shrapnel had ripped through the muscle and lodged in my legs. I had second-degree burns on my body and a traumatic brain injury. I was medevaced by helicopter to a medical facility in Balad where they performed emergency surgeries. I awoke in a hospital in Germany, and doctors there gave me an option to amputate both of my legs below the knee. They said that I would more than likely never walk again or wear a regular pair of shoes. But they said, you might surprise us. I opted not to amputate my legs. I spent 2 years on and off at Walter Reed Medical Center in Washington, D.C. I would end up having 12 operations done, including washouts, where the doctors would open my wounds up to clean any debris, and an additional 3 reconstructive surgeries here in Minnesota, with one more operation looming. I was hesitant to tell my story about that night because I am still here, and this day is about our fellow Americans that paid the ultimate price for our freedoms. My wife, Rachel, reminded me that if my fellow brothers were still here, they would want me to tell that story of that night. My conclusions was that I could tell it today, if only to give a brief window into the trials and tribulations that our country's soldiers endured. And in honor of Staff Sergeant Marco Silva of Alva, Florida, and Sergeant Corey Dan from Norway, Maine, whose lives ended too soon. I will never forget your sacrifice or your memory.
Yeah, so a lot to unpack there. That was, we had gone from basically December till that night, March 13th, guys were getting shot every single day. Guys were getting blown up every single day. But that was the first night that we lost, that we had 2 guys get killed, and it was absolutely terrible. Because we kind of felt like, as far as I'm concerned, like we felt like we were just taking care of business every single day. We felt that we were eliminating the enemy at such a high volume every single day that we were kind of untouchable in a way. Bumps and bruises along the way, but nothing as severe as this had happened, and it was absolutely terrible, the way it all went down. And there's just so much going on there. Jason McNamara from Mankato, Minnesota, him and I were super close, and still are. We still keep in contact to this day. And his parents met my parents. So my birthday's in January. And so like before we left for Ramadi, we had, we celebrated Thanksgiving, Christmas, and my birthday all in one because they knew that I wasn't going to be there for them. And my parents had met his parents, and they kicked it off right away. And they just knew the connection that we had, and they had their own connection. And so when my parents found out about it, they were equally as devastated as what happened. And then I remember watching that firefight go down, and it just seemed like it wasn't ever stopping. It just was going on and on and on. I mean, you initially heard the firefight go down, and then second platoon goes out, and then all of a sudden you heard major explosions going off, and then it's just nothing but just a continuous firefight, seeing tracers going up and down, left and right for several minutes going on. And then next thing you know, air support is coming in. They're doing strafing runs on the buildings. And
where were you?
I was on duty platoon in a guard tower when this was going on.
Which guard tower?
It was
on Corregidor?
Yeah, on Corregidor.
So you're seeing everything.
I'm watching it all go down, and you kind of feel helpless, and you can't do anything because it's not your mission. But you knew it was going down. Then you hear in the radio chatter that's going off, and then you're hearing mortuary affairs. You're hearing, hey, we got several wounded, and heavy QRF is ramping up to go out the front gate because it was a small camp that we were in, and I'm just watching this whole thing go down, and everything. You just felt helpless. I felt helpless watching this whole thing, and then when I got relieved, second platoon was come back, and they were, effectively combat ineffective at that point because the one whole truck was gone. The lieutenant was there, but Sergeant Dar was now gone. Corey Dan was killed. Jason McNamara was catastrophically injured. And then I remember getting debriefed by second platoon, and they're just like I don't know how we made it out of there. I have no idea how we made it out of there. And just the heroic actions of Sergeant Hudspeth I remember him telling me he was trying, this is nighttime, and there's a firefight going on as we're trying to get guys out of this burning vehicle, and he's trying to pull Mac out of the turret, but he can't see anything, and his legs are getting stuck on the turret because there's not that, because it was only so big, and just the actions of everybody, and then you got to figure out how are we going to recover these vehicles, right? How are we going to get these vehicles back? So then that's where your mission turns into winning the fight, right? And then going to recover these vehicles and then get back in a safe manner. And I want to say they got blown up on the way back out too. It was just there was a couple of silver stars that were earned that night from guys in Charlie Company from the initial engagement. But overall, it was absolutely just tragic, and that's where it really you kind of felt, okay, anybody can get it here. We gotta stay locked in because we can't go out and be reckless at all because those guys did everything right, and we're still. And I don't know how many times Mac was blown up because everybody got blown up, right? I was blown up 4 times. So, but I often think okay, I was in 4 roadside bombs, right? And 2 of them were direct hits, but he didn't even maybe get through 1, and just catastrophically injured. And then Corey Dan, he just showed up. He was there for 4 days. He was. I remember seeing him passing by, but I didn't know him because when we all started this 506. We all started this 506 unit together. We built it up from the ground. There's nothing there, and so we hung out all the time. We went to Nashville all the time, hung out, and so we all knew each other so well. And because we were all brand new, starting off together, and then to not even know him, and just Ramadi took him in 4 days. It was just terrible. And then going to Silva, he was originally in Delta Company and then went to go be a sniper. But I mean, he was a smaller and smaller stature guy, and like we always would tease him that the Barrett 50 cal that he would carry was taller than he was, and just to know that he was killed was just absolutely terrible, just terrible.
How long was it before you went out on your next patrol?
Probably the next day, I would say. I think they kind of stood everything down. That night, of course, after everything was secure, but I don't remember any lapse in I don't remember like anything where everything was on standstill. I think we just kept going.
How did it impact the morale of the rest of the boys?
I think everybody was the same, because like all of us were so close, and we were all enlisted, young guys, and we all hung out with each other. So it was everybody was just feeling the same. It was just kind of just depressing. It was just super. It was just, I remember just like it was dark. It was just a sad time, because we didn't know at the time that Mac, because everybody was saying Mac's going to lose his legs, and I just couldn't imagine. I'm like, hey, here's this dude who's so good. I mean, just so good at our Mark 19 gunners were really good, and I'm like, how is this guy is so good at what he does, and now we're talking about him losing his legs, like what? And we just all couldn't believe it. But this was March. I mean, we had a long way to go.
He kept his legs.
Kept his legs. I remember going up to his wedding, and it was super emotional for me because it's the first time I've seen him since he was wounded. And I remember him telling me, he's like, hey, I'm not gonna walk with my cane down the aisle. I'm gonna walk by myself. And it took him a long time, but he made it there, and it was awesome to see him and everything. And he's doing really well now. He's still up in Mankato, just doing so many things for veterans and giving back. He's a great man.
Outstanding. Still work to do. You guys are back out there. I've had this conversation with many people that when someone gets wounded or someone gets killed, the war doesn't stop, and you got to get your gear back on and go. And then a short time later, April 9th, 2006, Sergeant David Collins of Jasper, Georgia, and Sergeant First Class Gregory Rogers of Cincinnati, Ohio, they both get killed by IED.
Sergeant Lamberson too. They were all killed that day. And so what they would do, they were so smart, right? The enemy was like really smart. So what they would do is, when we figured it out, is, I don't know if you guys were getting the same intel as we were, but what they would do is they would burn tires in the road, and they would loosen up that asphalt, and then they would dig out that asphalt, and then they'd put the IEDs in the hole, and then they'd recover it with asphalt, and you look at the roads,
and then they'd sweep dust on it,
and it just looked normal,
totally normal. Because it's not like the roads are nice, anyways. I mean, these roads are all jacked up, and so it just looks like another piece of road.
Yeah, and then so even our IED task force team didn't have the capability to find them, and they were good, and those guys were good too.
Amazing.
They had, I mean, every single night those guys would go out and do such a fantastic job to keep us safe, because just like a rule was to don't go outside your building without body armor or kit. Same rules applied. You don't go down a road that hasn't been cleared. You don't do it, or you're going to get blown up. Yep. And so that's how that enemy would operate. And I remember the third time that I was blown up, the same thing happened. The same thing happened to me as it happened to Sergeant Rogers' vehicle. It was buried underneath the road. He rolled over it and is just complete complete direct hit, and just a devastating IED to that Humvee. But on my third time, I was blown up. It was the IED. We were going to do a mission up in Sofia. The IED task force team had just cleared the route. We were following them up there, and it was on the side of the road. And I was facing. I had the Marine Corps working dogs in the back of my Humvee with me, and IED blows up and just jars me where my head's rattling back and forth in the turret, and the dog is freaking out. I'm thinking it's going to bite me, and a huge piece of concrete lands on my head, and it was the same thing, but only his was underneath his vehicle and mine was on the side.
Yeah, and when we were over there, so once we started putting snipers out. And oftentimes we put snipers out, after a clearance team goes through. So the clearance team would go through, we'd put snipers out, and when those insurgents would come to reseed those IDs, we'd kill them. And people were kind of surprised at how many people we were killing, how many enemy we were killing. And it was like, no, we need to kill a lot more, actually. And that's one of the things that I think endeared us to the Army and the Marine Corps was being able to kill those IED emplacers, get them off the battlefield.
Yeah.
And I got so much appreciation from all the battalion commanders, but then the company commanders, they were so happy when we could get guys, because we only had so many, we could only cover so many routes at any one time, but they would be so happy to hear, we're going to come out and watch, Farouk Way, which is a nice long road to watch, which has so many IEDs on it, and they'd be so happy when we could watch Route Sunset, when we could get our eyes on those roads, especially after the mine clearance team went through. You're guaranteed going to get kills. It's guaranteed. It's going to happen.
100%. I remember that worst intersection, Farouk and Easy Street, that intersection right there. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I chills right now thinking about how dangerous, because you're deep into the Mulab district at that point, and
by deep in the Mulab, it's not that far.
No,
it's not that far. When you look at a map, you go, "What is that? How many meters is that?" I mean, you'd measure it in meters. You wouldn't measure it in kilometers. You'd measure it in meters. Maybe it's a click. I don't know, but it's not very far, and yet that's deep in the Mulab.
That's very deep in the Mulab.
So that was one of the benefits of us. We got very lucky in my task unit because we had 13 snipers, which is a high number of snipers for a SEAL task unit. We just happened to be lucky that our platoon chiefs were snipers, our LPOs were snipers, and we had snuck a few more guys into snipers and some legacy snipers. So we ended up with 13 snipers in the task unit, and that was just the perfect group to have in an environment like this.
So how did you guys develop that strategy on your own for the placing the snipers after the route clearance team would go in? Yeah, because that's brilliant. I mean, because they're going to do that.
Yeah, it was anytime the coalition forces were going to do something, we would look at it and say, okay, how's the enemy going to attack this? So if you guys are putting in a combat outpost, we know the enemy's going to come. They're going to come in the first 24 to 48 hours before the combat outpost is built. So in that first 24 to 48 hours, we'll be out there the whole time. And when they come to attack, we're going to kill them.
That's awesome.
You clear a road. Oh, okay. You done clearing the road? Cool. When you're clearing that road, we'll put snipers out there. And again, we didn't get to do this all the time, but as often as we could, put snipers out there. Now the people come in to reseed, enemy comes in to reseed the bombs, kill them. Doing a big clearance operation. Oh, you're going to be clearing for 4 hours? Well, we know we'd look at the area that was being cleared and say, oh yeah, they're going to clear the pizza slice. They're going to clear the P block. They're going to clear whatever conventional, and by conventional, it's usually Iraqi forces and some form of American. But we'd see, oh, you're going to be clearing in this direction through these buildings. Here's where the enemy's going to come from. We would set up on hopefully the longest access roads we could, and then the enemy would come to attack, and we'd be able to kill them, interdict, and that's what we were doing. That was where we could best support what the conventionals were doing. So, and you were over there with, there's about 7 guys that were over there with you all in Camp Corregidor.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can't remember them all, but
Yeah.
Seth Stone was,
Yeah. Yeah.
the platoon commander over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. We would have put everyone in ACUs because those guys ended up in
Yeah.
ACUs because we didn't want to stand out. We wanted to blend in with the conventionals. But we didn't have enough. We had like one set of ACUs per guy in the whole task unit.
Okay.
And what we ended up doing was the other platoon donated all their ACUs to Seth's guys so that at least them with the 506 could blend in completely.
Yeah, and you guys, I mean, from what I remember is you guys maintained the same grooming standards as us too. I mean,
Yeah.
we had to shave when we could,
Yeah.
and make sure we got haircuts and all that sort of thing from an old, like a rusty pair of clippers and all that stuff. But yeah, you guys were great. You guys. You guys helped us out so much. I mean, I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but like, again, not knowing anything, but I remember when we were doing a lot of, hard knocks and clearing, house to house, in order to get into some of these doors. I mean, they're reinforced with steel and, concrete and this sort of stuff. And so like, I remember having like a thing of C4 duct taped in my right pocket. And then I remember having the blasting cap in my other pocket as I'm going down the road. And I'm like, all right, well, the last house that I did, the deck cord, it was about this big, so maybe I need to do it about this big. And I would plug in the C4 to blow these doors, and you guys are like, "What are you doing?" And you guys had all this like awesome equipment with you, and like you would, and so that you gave us like a brief demolition course, taking cameras because you cannot do that anymore.
It was such an awesome brotherhood that was. When you're going against an enemy like that, that's so determined, and when so much is at risk on a daily basis, you learn real fast. We better get along, or we're all gonna get killed if you don't get along.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were manning the Camp Corregidor just like we were when. We were, when there was like a heavy enemy presence that we were thinking they were going to try to, overrun or something like that. You guys would be right out there with us. You guys were outstanding, absolutely outstanding. Have nothing but respect and the stuff that when we came home, that we maintained that camaraderie, and it was almost like the stars aligned. The stars aligned for just something so great.
Yeah, and again, when you have an enemy like that, you have a battlefield like that, and you're taking casualties like that, and there just is no room for, to this day, I don't. If someone tries to make a snide comment about the Army or a snide comment about the Marine Corps, like I don't participate in that game.
Nope.
Like it's just not. It's just I can't do it.
Yep.
I can't do it. Not after all the sacrifice and all the teamwork.
Yeah.
It's like it's just not going to happen. My first team that I was at when I graduated from SEAL training was SEAL Team 1. And when I got to SEAL Team 1, they used to call it Stalag Team 1 because it was all like following the rules. And you get a lot of your DNA as a SEAL from your first team and from your first platoon. And so there was this Master Chief. The Master Chief of the team was Mr. Professionalism and uniforms and haircuts, and so that always kind of stuck with me. And then I worked a bunch with the Marine Corps because I did 2 amphibious ready group deployments where you're working directly with them. It's working with the big Navy and with the Marine Corps. And so as a SEAL in the 90s, if you weren't working with the big Navy and the Marine Corps, you were kind of out on your own, just doing your own thing, and you kind of do whatever you wanted to do. But for me, as a young SEAL, I was always working with the Marine Corps and working with the big Navy. So I understood how important it was and how they judged people. And one of the ways that they judge people is, and is through what they look like. And, if you can't put on a uniform, if a Marine looks at another human being and says that person can't put on a uniform, there's no way I can trust them to do anything, right? And then on my first deployment to Iraq, where I'm now working with the Army, and I was like, yep, this is the same thing, right? It's called the military, and the military has standards, and if you don't fit in with those standards, people are going to question what you're doing. So that was kind of the DNA for me of how I grew up and why I always lean toward. And listen, like getting SEALs to wear a uniform, period, like much less a matching uniform, is really, really difficult. So, but I was able to pull it off, and I just explained why to everybody. The other thing huge was like having a beard in Ramadi is terrible. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just as far as PID goes, if you have a beard and you're carrying a gun, that's not, that's not good. That's not good for your survival. Yeah. And just that extra second of PID where someone goes, oh yeah, it's clean shaven face, carrying a weapon. Okay, that's probably an American. Mm-hmm. So you combine all those things together and it's not real hard. And then also, if you're running around in uniform that an 18-year-old, or let's say a 21-year-old 50 cal gunner, if he sees someone in a uniform that he's never seen before, and it takes him an extra half second to identify, and you remember that was one of the scariest things when I came to Kedzior for the first time, was they were showing like uniforms and body armor captured from the enemy, and it was like it was chocolate chip uniforms and coalition body armor, and then also the local Iraqi or the Iraqi army wore chocolate chip camis. So anything we could do to help a brother identify that you're friendly, I was all about it. So that was all played into the clean cut uniforms and the regular haircuts and the no beards and all that stuff. Yeah. So, and everybody kind of got it, which is always surprising because SEALs are very fashion conscious group, they really like to make sure they're looking good. They have the whole thing, like you got to look cool while you're doing it, that whole thing. So I never really bought into it. Like, I can't say never. Yeah. Because when I was a young SEAL, my first deployment, all right, we're looking cool. Is that what we're doing? Hell yeah. So I had some long hair, some long sideburns. Yeah. You can have like a beard now in the Navy again. I don't know what they're doing in the Army. Are they doing that in the Army?
I don't know what they're doing in the Army now.
Yeah. Well, in the Navy, there's people, I've seen pictures of them, and they just like have a beard. Now, that was also true in the 80s. In the 80s, in the Navy, you could have a beard. And then they got rid of it when they tried to clean up a lot of the military in the 80s, because the post-Vietnam military was really, really lacked a lot of discipline. I'm talking broadly speaking. If you were a person in the 80s, I'm not saying you were undisciplined, but there was a lot of drugs because they weren't drug testing. Right. They were trying to get people to stay in because the military was so popular after Vietnam. I should have said the 70s and 80s. 80s it started to turn back around, and they started, implementing more control and all that kind of stuff. But it was a big deal. And another thing, like when you meet Colonel Clark, and when I met Colonel Clark, and I'm like, oh, this guy's in the middle of a crazy deployment, and he still looks squared away. Yeah. All of his soldiers look squared away. We can look squared away. Yeah. We don't need to go out here and pretend like we're freaking Colonel Kurtz, right, out on the brink of sanity out here in North Vietnam or whatever. It's like, no, we're actually part of the military, the U.S. military. Yeah. We have rules and regulations. We can follow them just like the rest of these soldiers are. So that's kind of a little background on it. You start to lead, like what was your leadership experience like as far as you personally?
So I started off as a 50 cal gunner. I remained a E4. I mean, I went to the promotion board, I guess it was in Ramadi in front of all the first sergeants and Sergeant Major Catterton, and so I was like a E4 promotable or whatever. So my sergeant started tasking me with, because I went through that process to start, stepping up and leading more and stuff. And I would, at that point I was kind of seasoned, understanding, the layout, the area of operations and stuff. I would try to memorize the roads, to help me better. I mean, when you start getting into the subsections of this, that was a little bit more difficult. But as far as, okay, my left and right limits, I got the 5.5 to the 2.9 or 6. Right outside of, Corregidor, I got Canal, then Market, then, whatever they were, Farouk and Easy, as we talked about earlier. Because I always wanted to know where I was in case I needed to get out of there, and, to say, hey, we could just cut down this alley and swing back around, because of how much contact we were receiving on a daily basis. And so I think my sergeants recognized that, and they started putting me into more of like a leadership role. And plus I was good with the radios too. I was always filling the radios and stuff, and I was always by my platoon sergeant, like when we were on foot and stuff, as an RTO. So I just kind of learned a lot from him, and just seeing how my sergeants kind of operated.
What was Operation Ridgeline? That was one of the notes that you sent me. You talked about Operation Ridgeline.
Yeah, so Operation Ridgeline was a battalion-sized mission, but we were the lead on it. And what it was we were gonna go out into the Mulab, and we had a group of houses that we were tasked with hitting, and it ended up being we cleared 20 houses. I mean, we spent all day out there, and we just went from house to house to house, interviewing people, talking to people, trying to figure out where the enemy was, what they were doing, how they were intimidating them, the local populace, and it was roughly a 7 or 8 hour firefight, just sporadic all day long. Because I don't know what it is. I don't know if your guys had the same experience as we did when you guys first got over there, but when we first got over there, the enemy always knew where we were. They always knew. No matter how sneaky we tried to be, it didn't matter. It did not matter. We would do fake drops with Humvees while another platoon would go and actually do a mission, and they knew where everybody was, and it was because they were calling, and they always knew where we were at, and we were trying to figure out how are they doing this, and what the intimidation because they would go into house. It was commonplace for them for the enemy to go in and say, go to the male of the house and say, if you don't go kill 3 Americans, I'm going to kill your whole family because I know where they sleep. Mm-hmm. And that's just how disgusting they were. And so that's what we were trying to figure out. And through all of that whole operation, we did an excellent job of gaining intel and finding a couple caches, and nobody got wounded or hurt, but it was good.
What do you remember about putting in Cop Eagle's nest?
So that was, man, we really pissed them off when we did that, and something I want to emphasize to you is I wasn't like Captain Senti or Colonel Clark. You're who you're talking to right now is one guy who was in a minor leadership role, and I didn't do anything great. I didn't understand a lot that was going on. I was just an E4 in one of the most violent battles of the Iraq War.
Yeah, just to really quickly counter what you just said. First of all, it's the soldier that wins the battles. And we used to look at you guys, and I'm going to speak on behalf of my whole task unit. We looked at the soldiers, the frontline private soldiers that were out there in a 50 cal turret on patrol every single day, sometimes, not even getting any rest whatsoever, back on the street, and doing it day after day after day after day after night after night after night after night. So, and believe me, I had Colonel Sean McFarland on here that was in charge of everything, that ran the whole place, and he knows. And he knows in no uncertain terms. It was you guys that were out there every single day doing what you had to do, stepping up over and over and over again to take the fight to the enemy. So it may not seem like, you were in a leadership position or whatever the case may be, but what you guys did at your level is what made victory attainable.
Well, thank you for that. I recently spoke with Captain Senti, and he basically just said the same exact thing that you did. He was telling us that, a lot of the information that they were implementing was because of the information we were providing to them of how to counter all of this, how not to get blown up anymore, how what patterns are we seeing with the enemy that we can implement throughout the whole battalion, and what can we do? I mean, so like somebody had said, hey, start driving on the sidewalks, and we started driving on the sidewalks because we knew that they weren't going to be placing IEDs on there, and so he said the same exact thing that you just said there, which I mean, it's pretty cool. But as far as OP Eagle's Nest, that was I didn't understand what we were doing because I was coming from just an individual soldier's point of view. I didn't know the whole seize, build, clear concept, if I said that right. I didn't understand that at the time. And so, but I'm like, man, you're going to set up an OP on Farouk and Easy Street? Like, are you out of your mind? Like that place, I mean, it's not, how are you going to build that thing? But whoever made that determination knew exactly like that. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. And it wasn't until afterward I understand why we did it. That to try to build that was so difficult, and we got so many guys wounded on that. So not only are we doing mission platoon, secondary mission platoon, QRF, guard towers on Michigan. Well, now what do we got to do? Delta Company is going to come out and start doing presence patrols on. Well, nothing was really a presence patrol; it was all a combat patrol to Farouk and Easy Street 24/7. Because we had to maintain the integrity of building that up, and so that same sergeant who pulled Mac out of the Humvee, Sergeant Hudspeth, he lost his ankle on an IED, trying to move some concertina wire over, and they had placed it right there. They had moved it, and there was an opening, and so he's just like, I gotta go move that, and he moved it, and it took his ankle off. We had. They started throwing rocks at us. I don't know if they did that to you guys at all, but they started throwing rocks at us, and we were like, because so going back to the 45-minute rule, like you kind of felt okay when the shops were open, and kids were out on the street, and people were doing their thing right in Malab, like you kind of felt okay. It wasn't until you go back to the patterns. It wasn't until they started pulling their kids off the street. It wasn't until the shops started closing up, and you looked around, and then like where it was once busy, now it's
ghost town,
empty.
Yeah.
And you're just like, and you get that feeling on the back of your neck, and you're like, something's about to go down, and then it just pops off, and that's what was happening. But like at this time they were out, but they were throwing rocks at us, and we didn't understand like what was going on because that had never happened before. And this was later on in the deployment. And so we hadn't experienced anything like that, but they were throwing it right at the turret gunners and everything. So one night we go out, my squad just had gone out to do do the patrol on Eagle's Nest for hours. No contact, nothing of significance happened at all. And our relief, our first squad came out to relieve us. So we went back to Kedzior and they came back out. Well, when they came back out, we didn't even get out of our Humvees before they got in contact. And what happened is so how we would do it on Farouk and Easy, if you remember, Farouk was, I don't know if, I can't remember if it was north and south or east or west, but whatever it was a straight road, right? And it intersected with
Farouk Way is east-west, like the baseline of Ramadi, yeah.
So towards, so what we would do is we would loop, and we would always have Humvees kind of circling each other to cover each other and to always just maintain that integrity of nothing coming through. And so when the Humvee was heading back towards the Kedzior way, the enemy up on top of the rooftops threw pineapple grenades down onto the Humvee and blew up my platoon guys. And so the gunners yells out grenade, and he's trying to button up the Humvee, but he's got, when you empty a Mark 19, you're going to have a couple of loose rounds floating. Well, that pineapple grenade cooked off the other Mark 19 grenades, and you had a guy named Chris Villalobos who lost a couple fingers in my platoon, and everybody got wounded in that Humvee, and it was a mass casualty event. And in order to get them back to Kedzior, to the aid station, this guy, the other sergeant in my platoon, Sergeant Ramon Melendez, I had never seen anything so heroic at the time. He got out of the vehicle, got the saw off the vehicle, said, get back to Kedzior. And he was out on Farouk Street by himself, laying down fire while, because he couldn't fit any other guys because guys were laying down because they were so wounded in the Humvees. And he's laying down saw fire as we're rolling up, and we're like, where is everybody? He's like, I sent him back. And I'm like, well, get in. And he's just sitting there by himself, 23 years old, just getting after it. And it was, but what they were doing is they were probing us with those rocks that they were throwing. Yeah. And it was just another thing that we had to deal with, another pattern we had to solve, another piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, well, there you go. Case in point with Melendez, you say? Mm-hmm. Yep. There's a case in point. Young soldier making things happen, outstanding. And then when you talk about the kids, the little kids, and throwing rocks and this kind of thing, and this was the Mooj would make them do that. The insurgents would make the kids do that, go out, and they would try and figure out, they're trying to pinpoint where, in our case, would be where our sniper overwatch positions were, send kids out there, look around, snoop around, do anything. What the Mooj is hoping is that you engage those kids. That's what they want. They want you, they're hoping and praying that you shoot a kid so that they can put it on their Al Jazeera and everything else. So that's what they want. And you have to contend with this. You obviously can't engage them. So what are you going to do? So it's one of those things you gotta figure out. That's what makes that urban combat so difficult. And we'd throw crashes at them, that kind of thing to try and get them to go away and be scared enough. But again, one of the many things that is very difficult in these situations. And what's crazy is, when I had Colonel McFarland on, or General McFarland on, his plan was to do one of those big operations every 3 or 4 days. And we did. When I think about how often those happened, and I had one of the Task Unit Bruiser EOD guys on the other day, and I asked him, how long do you think it was between, and I named off the emplacement of 3 combat outposts, and he goes, I don't know, 2 months? And I was like, no, it was 2 weeks. In fact, it wasn't even 2 weeks. It was 7 days, and there's 4 major combat outposts went in with, each one of those combat outposts having 200 Texas barriers in placed around them. and Jersey barriers in front of that, and 10 or 15 or 20,000 sandbags inside the building, and Constantino Island, generators installed, and rewiring all those buildings. All that stuff was happening 2 or 3 days apart on each one of those operations. It was so crazy to be thinking about that. And a Comp Falcon went in simultaneously. I think it went in simultaneously, or it was offset by a day or two. Eagle's Nest and Comp Falcon were almost the same time.
Okay.
Like they were both happening at the same time, at the opposite ends of Farouk Way. Which you want to talk about putting a squeeze on the enemy. Like that was perfect.
Yeah, what a brilliant strategy. I mean, like I said, I didn't understand it at the time, but like now looking back on it, I mean, if there's and the Iraqi army was manning it. We weren't manning it. It's like finally, like after what we were going through with them, like we finally saw them like stepping up and guarding that place.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we were able to establish enough of a foothold. Like it's a lot easier to man an outpost for the Iraqi army than it is for them to go out and patrol and seize an outpost inside. They didn't have the capability of doing that.
Right.
But once we would establish it, get it built up, then they could at least man it. Mm-hmm. And it gives them a little bit of confidence and gives us a little relief on combat power to go set up the next one.
And the populace could go and talk to them and communicate with them about what is going on in the area. Yeah.
Were you at Eagle's Nest when Mikey got killed? Where were you on September 29th?
So I was close. I was like a block away because, from my recollection, they were at you guys were operating at like near the train station when we had called in. I mean, we had called in airstrike after airstrike on that train station because they were using it as a weapons cache, and I mean we'd have secondary explosions going off there all the time from that area, and yeah, I remember we were right next to OP Eagle's Nest as it, it was getting built up, or maybe it was already built. I can't remember. But yeah, we heard that firefight going down. I mean, it was right there, and we saw the Bradleys come in and come get you guys, and I mean, but we couldn't. I mean, we had a route to man, but I mean, we were super. I mean, we were the closest element to you guys when that was all going down, and I don't know, why we couldn't go or didn't go, but I knew. I mean, but it was right there.
Yeah, I mean, the QRF came out from Kedzior, and like you said, everyone's got a mission that you're doing out there. You just can't abandon your post to go do something else. So. When you're, it's another thing to think of is remember how crazy the soccer field was?
Oh.
So Echo Charles, there's in downtown Ramadi, there's a big soccer field, and it was just like a muster point for the enemy. When things would start going off, they'd go there and muster. They had weapons, the weapons caches there, and so they could kind of go in there. But the soccer field was just this total muster point for the enemy. And I remember you guys ended up not executing it, but there was a concept of operations that Seth Stone put up the chain of command through me. I approved, and it actually used the symbol, the operational terms and graphics for destroy, which you almost never get to see that. But there was a certain area of the soccer field. It was like a wall that was on the western side, and it was really easy for the enemy to hide behind, maneuver behind, and it really pissed off Seth. And he was like, "We need to destroy this thing," and we started ordering the massive amount of explosives it was going to take to blow this thing up. And I forget why it didn't get executed, but that's how bad the soccer stadium was as just a place for the enemy to convene and go execute operations.
Yeah, it was kind of like in the middle, I want to say in the middle of nowhere, but they had just had kind of open reign there because it was right off of Michigan, and it was kind of like in the center, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And because OP Hotel was further down the road in Camp Kedzior, so it was kind of like in the middle of that. But man, they found a major weapons cache there. And I want to say they did a couple of A10 strafing runs in there, and just
that place was crazy. As you're getting through deployment now, now we're talking September, October. You guys are supposed to be going home in November. Mm-hmm. The only reason I say supposed to is because the 1-1 AD all got delayed an extra 3 or 4 months. How is you and your platoon and your company's mentality as more casualties are coming and the clock is kind of ticking? You start feeling like, well, hey, we're going to go home soon if we can make it. How's that mentality? And how'd you deal with that mentality?
So that was kind of it is so how I always try to explain it was the first 2 months were the worst and the last 2 months were the worst. Mm-hmm. Everything else in between is just in between. The first 2 months is just that chaos, right? It's just like you have no idea where anything's at. You don't know, you're not establishing any patterns of the enemy. How are you going to respond to the enemy? Am I going to make it the next day? Like that's how I was thinking, because we were getting guys just hit every single day. And then at the very end, you're like, I almost made it out of this thing virtually unscathed, right? And I mean, I have all my fingers, I have all my toes. I'm looking at a platoon that was once, I don't know, 20 men strong, and now there's like 7 original guys left in my platoon. And now, like, we're getting close to the end. But there was always this thing of, hey, everybody told us that when we first got here that the Battle of Ramadi is lost, and there's no way you're going to win that thing. And what we had accomplished from when we got there in December of 2005 to now November timeframe, I mean, it wasn't just we were killing all the bad guys, right? I mean, that did happen, but like, we were also handing out pallets of water to people. Mm-hmm. We were doing things to try to help that populace, fixing the roads so the kids could play in the street, to have a somewhat of a normal life.
That was a whole line of operations. I mean, the civil affairs efforts, the engaging with the sheikhs efforts, the tribal engagements, the building the police force, the engaging with the actual government of Ramadi and the governor of Al Anbar who lived in Ramadi. So all these, look, you and I sit here because we're a couple dudes talking about combat. And of course, what do we talk about? We talk about machine guns. We talk about 50 cal. But all these other events were taking place. Now, it's important to remember that you can't do any civil affairs if you don't have some kind of security. You can't interact with the sheikhs if you don't have some kind of security. You can't build and give away water. You can't build wells and give away water and repair the roads if you don't have some kind of security. So you have to establish through kinetic operations some level of control. And the more control you get, the more you can do civil affairs, the more you can engage with the tribes, the more you can engage with the local police. Like, all those things rely upon the violence being at least mitigated to some extent. And the more we were able to mitigate the violence, the more you can interact with the populace and let them see that there's another way to live and they don't have to live with these insurgents. So, yes, even though, especially for someone like you, a straight freaking 50 cal gunner in a turret or a saw gunner out on patrol, you don't get to see all those other things taking place. But there's whole other units where that is their primary focus. Their primary focus is not a machine gun. Their primary focus is a hammer and a drill, or doing med caps as well. I forgot about med caps. Mm-hmm. So you're going out there and you've got teams that are going out. Their sole mission is to go out and give medical support to the local populace. So all those things were taking place. And the longer we were there, the more they took place, because the more enemy was eliminated and the more the local populace trusted us. And so, yes, very important point to be able to see that progress. And for me, one thing I always remember is going in, like, Cop Falcon. So when we put in Cop Falcon and then going out from Cop Falcon over the coming weeks and actually months, the first time we went out and went into someone's house, like knocked on their door and wanted to find out what was going on in there, the dad, like, would take the family away and wouldn't even look at us, wouldn't talk to us at all, because they were so scared that the insurgents would see them talking to coalition forces. But fast forward another, 3, 4, 5 weeks, and all of a sudden the local populace is like, oh yeah, there's a bad guy that lives over there. You need to get him. You need to get him. Or they'd be sitting down giving tea to the Iraqi soldiers. Like, the attitude of the local populace changed so much while we were there. And I think that's what, if I had any indication, because I left in October, if I had any indication of the positive things that were going to happen, it was, number one, seeing the local populace actively communicating with coalition forces. That was number one. And the other big one was when we put in Cop Sword, which was right on 20th Street, right just south of Route Michigan, and there was a bunch of intel from the enemy that they were going to fight for it, and they were never, no one was ever going to, no coalition force were ever going to get in there. And we went in there, and it was like, my guys didn't engage anybody, and they almost always engaged enemy fighters. And here we go into this last combat outpost, no enemy fighters. There was other the 137 killed some guys, but my guys didn't kill anyone. Why didn't they kill anyone? There was no one to kill. Mm-hmm. And so then I said, that's pretty interesting that we thought this was going to be a hornet's nest and there was no hornets. And so that, again, when I looked back on it 6 months later, when, essentially peace had broken out, I was like, oh, that was the first little turning point in this battle. Was number one, the civilian populace kind of opening up, and number two, going into Combat Outpost Sword, or OP Sword. And it was actually myself, and it was actually me and Colonel McFarland. We I was with a couple other Army guys and him, and we're standing there, and like, this is actually pretty mellow. He also jokes about the fact that I was like, hey sir, can you not stand like so close to that window right now? He's like, roger that. I was like, there's no shooting going on right now, but we don't know what's going to happen. So that was as you're getting towards the end of deployment. And again, even though there's more of these kind of civil affairs types, it's still, it's still horrific.
Yeah. We're not even, it's just the same that's going on every single day. I mean, it's just, again, still going out 2 and 3 times a day, still getting shot at 2 and 3 times a day, still, as a 50 cal gunner, I'm trying to keep everybody in my truck alive. I'm trying to kill as many people as I can so I can keep my whole truck alive, and get back home. And so, did you end up with the Pope glass and everything on your Humvee turret? Yeah, we ended up getting those. I can't remember when, but it was like halfway through our deployment. We ended up getting those.
Bro, we showed up on our deployment. The vehicles that we had were like the old school Humvees with like the one like machine gun shield in the front. I mean, just embarrassing. I was like, are you serious? Yeah. No one's going to get this thing. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And I don't know how we ended up getting them, but like, I remember guys getting mad because again, like my perspective for the majority of the time was Camp Corregidor, right? That's all I knew. Like, just a absolute like worst possible living conditions you can possibly have because of where we were at. But then, like, every once in a while, like, I remember, well, the second time I was blown up with Colonel Clark, actually. And we were heading to the Gov Center for he had to do some meeting. They asked for some volunteers, and so me and a couple of guys volunteered, and I was driving at the time, and because two gunners volunteered, so one and the other guy was like, hey, just we had a Mark 19, so I was like, hey, you're a Mark 19 gunner, go ahead and get in the Mark, and so I was driving, and so we had to go to the Gov Center, and I think we went to Camp Ramadi, and then it was my first time at Camp Ramadi, and I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, this, like, you guys got showers, you guys have a chow hall, you can sit down. I remember walking into this chow hall, and I probably hadn't showered in 3 or 4 days, and my uniform is just completely dirty. And I remember walking into this chow hall, and everybody's just kind of looking at us, coming in, and we sit down, by ourselves, and we get. I went up there for seconds. You had you had so much food there, and it was so good, and it wasn't the same thing every single day like it was at Corregidor, and You guys had bathrooms that were air conditioning. I mean, I remember the ones at Kedzior, you had a shower curtain over you, and you were taking a dump in a waste can and then burning it in the daytime because you couldn't do it at night because of the night discipline. And so you had all this stuff, and I'm just like, dude, this is great. Like this is how the other half lives.
And what's really crazy about that is they're only 4 miles apart.
I know.
But that 4 miles was Route Michigan. And that 4 miles, if you were to say, all right, everybody, do you guys want ice cream? Cool. Here's what's going to happen for you to get. Here's what's going to have to happen for you to get ice cream. This is what the convoy is going to have to be. Like it was serious logistics nightmare to try and get that 4 mile stretch of road covered on a regular basis where. And I guarantee, I mean, look, there's no one that's going to look out for their troops more than Colonel Clark and Colonel McFarland. I know those guys. Like, there's no 2 guys that are going to do more to take care of their troops than those 2 guys. And what they, I guarantee, decided was, well, I would really like to give my guys some whatever, ice cream or seconds. Do I want to risk their lives on 3 more convoys to make that happen every day?
No.
And they just looked at each other and probably said, nope.
They couldn't. There's no way they could do it. I mean, not with the amount of IEDs that were out there. There's just no possible way. And again, we didn't know any better. But it was like one of those things like where, if you've been good for a while and Dad's like, hey, come on, let's go get some ice cream. And it's like, oh, really? Okay, let's go have some ice cream. Because you never really get it. But that's how it was. And so it was such a joy to go to Camp Ramadi or Al Taqaddum in order to get those things because we just didn't have it. But everybody was fine with it. Everybody was fine with it. It was it felt good to be so hardcore. Yeah. It felt fucking great, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for my guys, we went out to Camp Kedzior within a couple of weeks of getting there. We were doing a big operation with you guys, and we had the blue on blue happen, which was terrible. And then we went back, and basically Colonel Clark had rolled out the offer of, hey, if you guys want to come out here, let's go.
Yeah.
And it was actually Claiborne who had told Colonel Clark, like, can I have SEALs with me on every mission? Like, he walked up after our first patrol and he's like, can I take SEALs with me on every mission? So it was a really good kind of instant, awesome relationship. And then, so now I had everyone back at Camp Ramadi, and I told Colonel Gronsky, like, yes, I'll put guys out there. And then I wrote up on the board, hey, and so now 3/4 of the task unit had just been in Camp Ramadi. And when we were staying in Full Metal Jacket. There's dirt floors, there's mosquitoes and bed, like, bugs everywhere. And it was just miserable. And I took a whiteboard and I said, hey, I need to put together, and actually Seth Stone, he said, hey, I want to pick my guys to go. And I said, don't. I said, get volunteers. Because if you pick guys, just don't. Some guys, you might pick a guy that doesn't want to go. It was miserable out there. Like, it's so kinetic. It's completely hazardous. You need to, let's get volunteers. So I put out the word to everyone. I said, hey, you all just got back from Camp Kedzior. You know what's going on out there. You know what the living conditions are. There's going to be casualties out there. And we need, a squad of guys to go out there. So I put a whiteboard up and I said, if you want to go, put your name on this list. And I walked out. And I came back 20 minutes later, and every guy in the task unit had their name on the list.
That's awesome.
Let's go. So then Seth got to kind of pick and choose and figure out what would be the best combo. But
sure.
Yeah, man, Kedzior was no joke, and that was probably what most people would think of a military deployment.
Oh yeah,
is a lot more like Camp Kedzior than it is like Camp Ramadi or I'm glad you never went to Baghdad or something like that. You would have been seriously disappointed.
Yeah.
Some of those places, like, they had pools.
I heard. It makes me
Yeah,
sick.
like swimming pools, Echo Charles.
It's crazy.
Like legit gyms. Actually, Kedzior had a kind of a hardcore gym. You know what I mean?
It's a place like where Rocky worked out.
Yeah, it was a rocky
right
gym. It was a rocky gym. It was freaking legit. But some of those other bases, some of those big bases, bro, they had legit. I want to say hammer strength. Remember hammer strength?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hammer strength was kind of top line
Hell yeah.
stuff, and they would have the full. Because you know how you could get a hammer strength machine for like your right forearm, and then a different hammer strength machine for your left forearm, and then like one for your right calf and one for your quad. They would have them all. Yeah, it was kind of nuts.
Luxury.
Kedzior, that wasn't happening.
No. It makes me sick.
And actually I had Colonel Dean on, who's the 135 commander, and he was talking about the first meeting that General McFarland had, and he's up there talking about, he's about to take over as the brigade commander in charge of Ramadi, and he's standing there and like 6 mortars hit, and like Colonel Dean said, he's kind of like trying to like find some cover, very, very clandestinely, like lean back against the wall in case something blows up. And he said Colonel McFarland like didn't miss a beat, just kept talking. Yeah. And he's like, that was right in Camp Ramadi, getting mortared. And as a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, a soldier got killed by those mortars. So yeah, that was bad. Kedzior. Even worse. So your mentality as you're going out towards the end of deployment.
Yeah, you still had to maintain that certain amount of aggression because it wasn't over. I mean, you couldn't. You had to stay locked in the entire time, and because you knew what was waiting for you when you were getting out. The 45-minute rule still applied. Mm-hmm. Guys were still getting blown up, but there was a lot of me that was really excited, like, to get back home because I almost had made it. Right, it was almost like it's almost like you didn't want to know, like, when you were going home, because like you didn't want to do the countdown thing. Yep. Right, you just did not want to do that. There's a bad mental space to do that. But I also felt personally like the job wasn't done. Like, you had all told, like, we had all just heard that, the battle for Ramadi is lost. There's no way you can win it. All that type of crap. But then, like, what we accomplished over there was so good. And we did an amazing job, an amazing work. And I just felt like the job wasn't done. And I just wanted to see it through. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see it through to say no, because, like, I don't even think, like, a lot of people know that the 101st Airborne was in the Battle of Ramadi. I don't think, like, a lot of people know that the 1st of the 506 had played such a significant role in the Battle of Ramadi, and we absolutely did. And it's just like, because, like, when we got back home, I couldn't believe the stories I was hearing from Ramadi about, like, having battalion runs down Michigan, or I'm like, what? I couldn't. It was impossible for me. Like, I couldn't picture it. I was like, there's no way. Mm-hmm. There's no way that's happening. And but that's how in the 1 year that I lived over there, that what we accomplished as a team over there, I think led to it.
No doubt about that. Did you, I always told myself, or I wouldn't tell my guys, like, this is the last mission you're going on.
Oh yeah.
Because I felt like that was a jinx that no one wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, hey, we're working until we go home.
Yeah.
And then it'd be like, oh, we got a plane coming. All right, these guys are out of here, and just put them on a plane and they're out. And that way they never, in their mind, they never went on their last mission. It just, they looked back and was like, oh, I guess that was my last mission there. Is that the way it was for you? Or do you remember, like, okay, we're leaving in 2 days and I'm going out tonight?
Yeah, no, I don't remember. I don't remember how it happened, but I remember, so we, when we first got to Kedzior, there was, like, we had, a 6-person chow hall table, no we were taking a dump outside instead, but then we had porta potties. And we had a landing pad in Camp Ramadi. Somebody had built, the CBs had built us a better chow hall where we could fit more people in there, and then they had built a helipad on in the backside of Kedzior, where it was real dusty, like moon dust back there, and that's where we took out off of, as opposed to when I remember first coming in, and I remember I don't remember my last mission. I don't remember how that all happened. Now that I'm thinking about it, but I do remember getting on that helicopter for the last time and lifting off out of Ramadi and just being like, holy shit, I made it, and that was it.
So would you fly to TQ and then jump on a bird to Kuwait and then jump on one of those civilian? Did you have, was it the 506 together?
Yes. Yeah. I'm
so you were redeploying
sure
as a unit?
Yeah.
I mean, as much as possible?
Yeah. I'm sure we did it by company, but then it was the 506th as a unit redeploying back home. And I remember we left Kuwait and got to Bangor, Maine, and then from Bangor, Maine, we flew into Fort Campbell, and that's where all our families were to greet us back home.
From your platoon, how many guys that you deployed with? How many of the same guys, were on the flight home?
9.
Out of how many?
20.
What's the protocol when you guys get home? What do they do any debriefing? Do they put you in a offsite for a little while? Anything like that?
Yeah. So you, from what I remember, is we had to do like some debriefs and things like that. We had to go talk to different doctors. And then, but then there was a lot of leave. We had a mandatory leave where we were home for 3 weeks, and then we had to go back. But then after that, it was kind of like when I first got to the 101st. It was a lot of 3 and 4 day weekends that they would give us to help us slowly get back into the groove.
What was your plan at this point? How much time did you owe the Army?
Let's see, I got home in December of 06, and so I had until August of 07 was my ETS date. So
so you had another 6 months,
yeah.
7 months. And were you planning to get out?
Yeah. So I wanted to go to school.
Did you think that all deployments were like the one you just went on? You're like, yo.
I thank my Almighty Father in heaven for protecting me and putting a hedge of protection around me during that whole time. And I just I had been through so much. I had been blown up, so I just didn't know how much. I didn't know if I could, keep rolling the dice. Mm-hmm. And I just said, hey, I felt like I did my time. I felt like I served my country well, and I was ready to go to school. I was ready to get on with my life. I think I was just so tired too. I was just so exhausted from war, just the constant battles that we were in. I was just tired, and I thought it was just a good time to get out. Before I re-enlisted, the re-enlistment just didn't sound appealing to me at the time. I just never even thought about it.
What was it like driving down freaking Main Street, USA, 24 or 48 hours after you came home from driving down Farouk Way and Easy Street?
I mean, I was a wreck, man. I felt like I was always forgetting something because we had to wear our body armor everywhere we went, So I felt like when I was leaving, I remember leaving the dinner table, and I would try to pick up my body armor and my rifle, you know, and because that's what you had to have at all times, and you know, just driving down the road, you know, any piece of debris that was in the road, I was over to the left, I was over to the right, I was never driving in the center, and I remember I think it was my mom picking me up from the airport, if I remember correctly, and we were driving back home on the interstate, and I remember her being like, she was like tailgating this car in front of us. I was like, "What are you doing? Will you stop? Will you please stop?" And she had, you know, she was totally oblivious of what was going on, but you know, I was like, "Hey," I was like, just can you just back off just a little bit for me, please? And there was a lot of adjustment that I had to do internally, because of just what we had just gone through in that whole year.
How long did it take for that to start to fade a little bit?
I would say, man, I would say it took a year. I mean, it took a long time for me, just to get through it, just to understand, okay, like, you're fine here, everything's good here. But I mean, you got to think, I mean, nothing ever stopped when I came home, or when we came home. You know, nothing, everything was just going on. The world was still turning. Everything was going on, while we were killing a lot of people and trying to avoid IEDs and getting blown up in the process. And like, there was but nothing ever stopped here, and that was the hard thing. That was the hard thing to adjust to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was definitely a weird thing. And I remember I came home and, man, I was just walking. I live in a little sub community here in San Diego, and I was just walking down the street, and like you said, nothing had changed for them. Like, everything was just, it all kept going. And I remember seeing some just whatever people that are clearly totally oblivious to the war. Whether that was, you know, it's kind of like looking at everyone. I looked at like some high school kids, you know, some 15-year-old kids walking down the street. I'm like, they have no idea the war is going on. And then some soccer mom, I'm like, she's not thinking about the war. Mm-hmm. And then some business looking dude, I'm like, oh, he's not thinking about the war. And I realized none of these people are even thinking about something that I had been completely immersed in. And it's not even a factor in any way in their world. It's not a factor in any way. Maybe they see it on the news. Maybe if they watch the news, they'll catch a sliver of something that's going on in Baghdad. Maybe. Mm-hmm. These people are completely oblivious to what's happening right now. And that took me a little bit of mental jujitsu to be like, to look at that and say that's not a horrible thing, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. Let's let them live their lives. We're trying to protect this way of life. It took a lot of mental gymnastics. I didn't get there, obviously. You can't get fully there, because people should recognize what's happening when the country's at war, when Americans are getting killed, when Americans are putting themselves at risk every single day. They should be thinking about that. And the fact that they don't think about it is wrong. The mental gymnastics I had to do was to not allow that to like make me mad at everyone. Yeah. Because it's real easy to get everyone, like, you know, you see your wife's friends who, you know, you've been gone for 6 months, dude. They were awesome support to my wife, right? Because I don't have any family around here, so everything was supported by her friends, and so they at least understood what was happening. Mm-hmm. You take one step outside of my wife's friends, like my wife's friends, they don't have any clue what's happening. None. So it took me a little bit of mental gymnastics and jujitsu to figure out, like, oh, it's okay that these people aren't paying attention to this right now, and don't be mad at them. Don't be mad at them. So it took a little bit of gymnastics to get through that.
Yeah, I learned really quick that like through everything you just said is like I can't even talk about this unless it's with, you know, the guys I was with. I can't even, because I like trying to explain this to, like, you know, just like the best man in my wedding, right? Mm-hmm. Who's a great dude, and trying to explain that to him it was just like, oh, okay, you know, and it just, you weren't getting the feedback that you needed, like to kind of like talk through that. And it was only like the guys that you served with who really understood, right? Like what, not just like what the Battle of Ramadi was, but just like the whole, with Kedzior and everything that we went through. It was just, I learned really quick that like, I just need to, like, there's people I can talk about this with, and there's people that I'm just not going to, because I don't want to have that, that reaction from them. Not that they just don't know. And that took me a little bit too.
So your last 6 months in the Army, what are you doing?
Last 6 months in the Army, like we're getting a lot of new guys in, to replace the guys. And then, we're starting to do like another workup in, because, they were getting ready to go to Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. But I ended up I started applying for colleges, back home, and, got accepted into Western Illinois University. And then, so it was just a matter of time until I got out. And I didn't feel bad about it. It was just like the right time for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Colonel Clark, this is one of the biggest lessons I learned. I was going to see Colonel Clark in Kedzior, and we had some kind of a mission going up with them. And I was, waiting outside of his office there to talk to him, and he has a soldier in there, and I can't really hear what they're saying, but I'm not going to like eavesdrop, so I'm just standing there, and then the soldier leaves, and I go in, and he says, he just made some comment like outstanding soldier, and I was like, oh, whatever, what's happening with him? And he said, he's leaving the Army, and he said, when someone is leaving the Army, he said, a lot of times commanders will say, hey, you need to re-enlist. You need to stay in longer. You can't leave us. We're only halfway through deployment. What about your brothers in arms? What about your comrades? And he says, you know what I tell him, Jocko? And I was like, no, sir. And he said, I tell him, thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Your country appreciates it.
Man, what a great man.
And I was like, that is so next level. Yeah. I can't imagine that a lot of guys didn't walk out of that office and go, wait a second, I'm going to re-up. I'm going to stay here. Yeah. You know what I mean? It was such the opposite. Here's another thing, going back to my my upbringing in the SEAL teams. If someone was getting out of the SEAL teams, they were a quitter, which in the SEAL teams, like the worst thing you can be is a quitter. So if someone was getting out of the SEAL teams, they were a quitter. And actually, when I first got to the SEAL teams, they would take SEALs that were getting out and put them on gate guard across the street. And gate guard normally, oftentimes, would be like a punishment for. So a normal SEAL gets in trouble, like, oh, dude, you messed up. You're going to be gate guard. And so now you take a guy that's served his country honorably and put him on gate guard because he's getting out. And it was just such the opposite attitude. And that's just a great learning moment for me from Colonel Clark. One of many learning moments from me from Colonel Clark, and the way that he interacted with his soldiers, and how appreciative he was, and how it wasn't about him. It was about the Army, and it was about that individual who had served. So for you to get back and be like, oh, I did my time in the Army. I served in a freaking rough scenario, and I'm going to move on. Did you a lot of guys come back and all of a sudden they're like drinking. What about, was alcohol any issue for you, or were you not that into it?
Yeah, alcohol was an issue for me. But it was, it was weird because like I knew it was what I was doing wasn't right, but like I just was doing it to do it. I don't even really know why. And but just with the support system that I have with my family, and like it never got to a point where it was devastating for me at all, but I just needed to find that thing, to get me through, just because I don't know, maybe I felt sorry for myself a little bit, but yeah, I mean, alcohol was a thing when I first got out, but it's no factor anymore.
What's interesting is, before we hit record, we were talking about jiu-jitsu, and basically Echo was like, yeah, if me and Echo are doing jiu-jitsu and you're hanging around with us, eventually you're kind of gonna start doing jiu-jitsu too. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? If Echo and I are just drinking and you're hanging around with us, what are you going to start doing? You're going to start drinking. Mm-hmm. And
I was in a college environment.
Yeah.
I was a college environment, but it was unique because I was 4 years older than everybody in my class. And so I was with a bunch of 18-year-olds, opening up a textbook that I haven't opened in, 4 years, learning algebra. And then you're kind of creating your own, you're creating your own schedule and doing your thing. But I was a lot more focused than I was in high school, to say the least. And so, but yeah, you're exactly right on that. If all your friends are going to be doing that, then you just you're kind of fall in line.
Yeah, man. Hang out with some people, and if you can, in your friend group, man, get your friends to start doing some jiu-jitsu or some lifting or doing something that's like smarter than drinking.
That's it.
Drinking doesn't help you. It's not going to help your friends. In fact, it's going to hurt everybody. Mm-hmm. So, you're going to college. So now you're going to college. So did you have like legit college experience, like dorms and all that stuff?
Yeah. So I got a waiver for some of those things.
Mm-hmm. What school was it?
Western Illinois University.
Okay.
So I got a waiver, and so I didn't have to stay in the dorm. So I could and it was more of a Western Illinois is just kind of more residential area. So you just rent houses.
Cool.
And so that's what I did, and just got with some people that I knew, and rented houses all throughout college. And
so how did you steer from, because there's one particular story here which goes, you get home from Ramadi, you show up at college, and you are going to live the craziest life that you weren't allowed to live, that you hadn't lived before. You're lucky to be alive. You're lucky to be alive, and I'm gonna go in that direction of getting after it. As opposed to, I actually see a future. I actually want to be squared away. What do you think? Because not everybody, when those two roads diverge in the woods, not everybody jumps on the road that leads to a good place.
Yeah. So I met a girl, and reconnected with a girl, and I knew right away she was the one. So. I didn't want to,
just like that.
I didn't want to,
just like that.
I didn't want to lose that at all. And she's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And
so did you grow up with her? Or how did you reconnect with
her? So I was in Catholic grade school, and
right.
And she was, I played at St. Joseph School in Pekin, Illinois, and she was in the same grade at St. Mark's in Peoria. And then
was yours all boys?
No, it was
co-ed.
It was co-ed, and just like hers. And so she was a cheerleader, and I was on the basketball team. But there was always this thing, she took me to a vice versa dance when she went to her high school, and then so I went to a public high school. And
wait, what's vice versa dance?
So it's like a Sadie Hawkins thing where the girl takes the guy out.
Okay, got it.
And so she took me there, and then that was freshman year, and then we couldn't drive. I mean, we were 14, 15 years old or whatever it was. We lost
contact.
Unless
it was a tractor.
Yeah,
you'd have hooked that up, Jason.
Man. So we just kind of lost contact, and then I get home from Ramadi, I'm at a bar, talking to another girl, and next thing you know, she comes up to me and she's like, "Are you Jason?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am." And she's like, "I'm Alyssa." I'm like, "No way." And then like the rest is history. Yeah. And so we've been together ever since.
And that was basically right when you got to college.
That was in 2007, January 2000. I was on mid-tour leave, as a matter of fact. I was on mid-tour leave, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I remember, like, she ended up taking me to, after we hung out that night, she ended up inviting me.
Wait, that was mid-tour leave from Ramadi?
No, that wasn't mid-tour. I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was post-deployment leave.
It.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, and she ended up taking me to church the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just, again, like, God has a plan, and I knew I just knew I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her.
Boom.
Yeah.
Dang, that's outstanding.
Yeah. But I needed an education. I needed an education. Well, I needed a job in order to support her, because there was no way I was going to be asking my father-in-law. I was like, "Hey, can I have your blessing to marry your daughter and not have an income?" Like as a man who just went through something like that, that ain't happening.
Mm-hmm. So did you have a plan on what you wanted to do? Did you know you wanted to go into law enforcement?
I didn't know at first. So I wanted to get some like general stuff out of the way, but I started like leaning towards law enforcement route.
So what'd you get your degree in?
Law enforcement and justice administration.
Okay.
With a minor in history.
At some point you realized you were going to be going to law enforcement.
Yeah. Which was, I mean, I like looking back on it, I mean, the degree's the degree, and it kind of helped me like through like constitutional stuff, but as far as, you don't really need a law enforcement degree to go into law enforcement, like I didn't know that at the time, so, but Western Illinois has like, one of the best law enforcement programs out there. So, but I should have done something to, like, I'm looking back, I should have done something like in business or something like that to, I don't know.
I got some news for you. Guess what? Just like you don't need a law enforcement degree to be in law enforcement, you damn sure don't need a business degree to be.
Yeah, that's right.
To be in business. I could speak from experience. So you get through college. Any major challenges in college? You're focused. You're a 24-year-old dude. You're just, this is no factor.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it was no factor. I mean, I always wanted like the early classes, to wake up early and get it done. And I mean, just like there was really no issues. It was just like that's when I kind of found like I couldn't hear as well. When in just a silent room, and I can hear my the ringing in my ears, that those little things are the stuff that I noticed. And but no, I mean, it was a good experience overall. I was a lot more focused, and it just took me I wasn't ready for college. Like coming out of high school in any way. So having the discipline that the Army gave me and things like that, I was a lot more ready to start that and be more focused.
How long did it take you to get through college? 4 years?
Like 3.5, because a lot of military credits transferred over. Okay. Yeah.
And then you got a job in law enforcement right away?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it took me. Took me about, I'd say 8 months, but yeah.
At what point did you ask Alyssa to marry you? Or what did you ask Dad first?
Yeah, I had to ask Dad first. Yeah, I had to ask Dad first. I remember because she was ready. I mean, we're the same age, but she was already starting with her career. Oh, you know what I mean? So like she was ready.
Yeah.
But like I couldn't tell her that like I wasn't, right?
Yeah.
So like. Because I needed an income first, and so yeah. So
were you just stalling it this whole time?
Yeah, man, it was so bad.
You're
I wanted
changing the subject.
I know.
Like Jessica got married. You're like, hey, how about those bears and that whole thing?
Yeah, and I was just like.
And what about her dad? Was he starting to pressure you?
Oh, no. They,
I got job first. Boy.
No, I have absolutely awesome in-laws, and. But it was, always the bridesmaid, never the bride type. I remember hearing that all the time. And
wait a second, what does that mean? Echo Charles, help
It's
me
like
out.
a second place scenario, right? Where it's like it's almost happening, but never really happening for me. You know, kind of a scenario.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's how she was feeling.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Which I mean, I don't know. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it without an income as a man. I just couldn't do it. And so So I remember, just taking, going over to her parents' house one day, and I just said, hey, can you come like look under the hood of my car with me? And he's not a mechanic or anything. He's like, yeah, sure. So he comes out, and I was like, hey, I really didn't come out here to ask, to see if anything's wrong. My car's fine, but I was just asking you if I can take your daughter's hand in marriage. And he said yes.
Right on. And then you asked her.
Yeah, then I asked her.
She said yes.
She said yes, and we just have a beautiful family. We're so blessed.
And how many kids you got now?
3.
3 kids.
All doing jiu-jitsu.
So tell us about so you go into law enforcement, and at some point maybe in the future we'll talk about your law enforcement career and your federal. You went from
being a sheriff's deputy
into federal law enforcement. And that's another story. When did you start training in the jiu-jitsu?
So it was about 2016, I would say. Yeah.
And what triggered that?
The men sitting right in front of me.
Did you just got sick of hearing us talk about jiu-jitsu, and you're like, all right, there's something going on. I gotta try this.
Yeah, it was. There's definitely something going on. I needed like more. I just needed more of a challenge. When you don't have that every day, you just, you're looking for something, or at least I am, I'd get bored. I'd just do triathlons, I remember, it was just something like that. And, but then like after hearing you guys just talk about jiu-jitsu all the time, it's just, that's all I needed was just that little extra push. And I remember going into the gym. So in Illinois, I was training at the Peoria Athletic Club, which is a McVicker's jiu-jitsu, Jack McVicker. And, so I go in there, and at this time, I mean, I'm lifting and I'm running, and I'm like 230 pounds, and
around here we call that jacked.
Yeah.
Which is the perfect thing to be when you're walking into the jiu-jitsu academy for the first time.
Yeah. So I remember talking to my buddy Nick, who grew up in martial arts his whole life, and I remember like parking outside of the gym. And I remember looking inside the glass, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Like, what are they wearing? Mm-hmm. What am I doing? Like,
this is weird. Seems kind of weird, right?
Yeah. So I called
Echo.
him.
No, doesn't seem a little bit weird.
I guess now that you mention it,
like picture him like he's looking. He's an army dude. He's now in law enforcement. He's looking in. There's people wearing funny outfits.
Yeah,
and they're kind of rolling around on the ground.
Yeah, but there's like taekwondo. Back when you're young, there's like taekwondo, judo. I mean, it's like it's not like you're looking in there and be like, what are they wearing? No, that's a martial art. They wear that stuff.
I think we collectively, meaning you, Echo Charles, are kind of forgetting like what. Because we all know jiu-jitsu, even from the UFC, we kind of get it, right? We get that there's this ground thing that can happen, but back in the day, man, it's kind of like this looks a little strange.
I never thought that, to be honest with
right
you.
on,
Only
right
because
I took
Aikido when I was a little kid. I took judo when I was a little kid, and then some of our family friends were Taekwondo family. Mm-hmm. So it was like the gi to me was like, okay. Even when I first put on the gi, I was like, oh, this is like a judo gi. It's like tough, So I did not feel that at all.
There's a Charles Bronson movie. It's called The Mechanic.
Sure.
And I was a real big into Charles Bronson when I was a kid.
Sure.
In the movie The Mechanic, he does judo with some guys.
Hell yeah.
And he's wearing a gi. Yeah. That I always remembered that. But when I put a gi on for the first time, I was like, wait a second.
Charles Bronson. Hell yeah.
All right, so you're standing outside.
So I call my buddy Nick, and he's like, just walk in. Just go in. And I was just like, okay. I remember going in, and he's like, yeah, he's like, first class is free. Come on in. And he's like, they're getting ready to start. And I'm like, okay. And I was like, do I need anything? He's like, no, shorts and a t-shirt's fine. And I was like, okay. So I get in there, and there's this purple belt who's getting ready to teach the beginner class, and he's, I don't know, 5'8", 75 pounds maybe. And we start learning the technique and everything, and then we start going into live rolls, and we went into live rolls. He came right over to me, and I'm like, I'm 6'3", 230, and
jacked.
Just lifting weights, and this guy is sweeping me, arm barring me, choking me, and I'm like, what? Like, how is he doing this? Like, I remember being like so exhausted.
And you're a cop, too,
yeah.
Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, and I just couldn't figure it out. And this dude was just having his day with me. And then there was a blue belt that came in. That was my size, and I think that was even worse. It was. I was like, what is going on here? But I felt really good after doing it. And so I thanked everybody, and they invited me back. And so the very next day I showed up again, and they said, come on in, And I was like, well, I didn't. You said the first class was free. He's like, just go in there again. I was like, okay. And so same thing happened. But I had a blast. I was just having so much fun. I was getting choked out and arm barred and all this. And I went up to him, and to the instructor, Brad Pepolo, and I said, hey, I'd like to
commit my entire life to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to do this. And he just said, yeah, let's sign right back up and get you a gi. He got me a gi, and he came over, gave me a big hug, and said, welcome to the family. And then that started. You guys had kind of changed my family tree, because now I have all three of my kids in it. My wife is coming to tournaments. It's a whole thing, it's really cool to watch. So I started off there, and dude, I was just, I don't know what my wife was thinking. She's like, he's just doing this thing or whatever, and because she had no idea, I was just gone, for a couple hours, and then next thing you know, this has turned into a lifestyle, I'm going up the ranks and just doing really well, understanding like a lot of things, and just I'm just having a ton of fun, and now it's just a part of my life.
How much has it come into play in law enforcement?
So when I was a sheriff's deputy, so I used to get in a lot of fights, because I worked third shift, because I like to be where the action is, and so I worked nights a lot, and for like 6 years, and I used to get into a lot of fights, just not knowing how to control
even
myself.
Pre-jiu-jitsu?
Even pre-jiu-jitsu. So we're talking like the majority. Yeah, majority of the time was pre-jiu-jitsu, and then but once I learned jiu-jitsu, it was like almost I never got into a fight anymore. Except there was this one time though, and it was like everything I'd been waiting for, and so it was. I was on second shift working in overtime detail, and I remember. I get this call. It was like our shift ended at 10 o'clock, and it was 9:30. The call came in, and that was right next to my house, and we had take-home cars, and so I was like, all right, I'm gonna go handle this real quick, and so it was 2 minutes away from my house. I get there, and there's this guy sitting in.
How deep into jiu-jitsu are you at this point?
I'm a blue belt.
Check.
And I'm a blue belt, and this guy, super intoxicated dude, and it was colder in Illinois at the time, so he was wearing.
We call that gi season.
So he was wearing like a coat and a hoodie, and
dude.
Perfect,
yeah.
And so there was this elderly female that was sitting in the driver's seat of this car with her windows locked, and she was white knuckling the steering wheel. And this guy's we park down the road, before we go up, and so I go up there, and I just hear this screaming from this guy saying, get the fuck out of the car right now, let me in the house. And I'm trying to look, and I was like, hey, and so I'm looking around, and I finally see him, and I see the female first though in the the car, and I see him, and I shine my flashlight at him, and I said, hey, I was like, I'm with the sheriff's office, get on the ground. And he's like, fuck you, what are you gonna do? And I was like, and so I was like, hey, it's like, just get on your belly. And he said, you want to fucking go? And I was like, yeah. And so like his eyes lit up, and I went in there for a double leg, and I went in there to go because I couldn't tase him. I mean, he had all that thick clothing on. I already knew that, and so I go to double leg him, but I double leg him into the garage, and so he starts like thrashing at me, and so he had ripped off my radio. So before the fight was really on, I said, hey, step it up, we're fighting, because they knew, and like, rule number one, you always got to sound cool on the radio. You know what I mean? Nobody, like everybody was so super surprised that I had said this on the radio. But then he had ripped my radio off, but I didn't know that at the time, and my gun belt was hanging open. The only thing that was keeping it open was my belt keepers. And so I just gave him like just a basic trip. I mean, it wasn't anything, because the double leg didn't work, and we were pinned up against the wall. And so I just gave him a basic trip to the right, and I landed on top of him, and he was laying on his back, and I remember getting on side control on him, and his arm was just laying like this. I'm like, oh, Americana. And I got Americana. And I'm like, and I just sat there, and I it was pressure, no pressure. And he's like, get off me, I can't breathe. So I would let go, and then he'd try to get up, and I'd give him a little Americana action, and then he'd stop. And then I just kept doing that back and forth. And I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like, I'm like, this is so good. Like, and I was like, where's my backup? Like, I where is everybody? Because I'm close enough to the city, because it was like we were actually in the country club when this was going on, so it was kind of close to the city, but it was sheriff's office jurisdiction, and I had no idea where my backup was, because he had ripped off my radio, and so it was wintertime, so like the leaves were off the timber, and so I could just see red and blue lights, coming down. I knew they were coming for me, but I'm like, dude, I could sit here all day. I mean, this is badass. Like, this is the moment I've been waiting for so long. Like, I was going heavy. And he didn't get hurt until like because they all thought I was hurt. Like, so all the officers from the city and from the county were coming in, because I wasn't answering status. And so they had all come in, and then when they all came in, like hard, ready to go, and that's when he got hurt. And so but yeah, I didn't have to throw a punch or kick or do anything like that, man. I just maintained side control for like 4 minutes, and I was good to go.
Freaking outstanding.
Yeah,
man, that's how it should be. People law enforcement got to train, man. Train that jujitsu. How much time did you get when you were a sheriff? How much time did you get training in defensive tactics?
Oh, it was pathetic. Yeah. It was like you did the basic, once a year, 4 hours mandatory training, and I would go up to the sheriff and the command, and I would say, hey, like, we need to do jujitsu. I mean, like, we need, like, even they have a Gracie law enforcement program. They have all these different programs that we can do, and it was nope. And so I was just like, I don't mind spending my own money to do this, because one, I'm having a blast doing it, and number two, I'm learning a skill that is proven, right? And I even use that example. Like, I didn't tase the dude, I didn't shoot the dude, I didn't punch him, I didn't throw a kick, I didn't slap him, I didn't do anything. It was a basic trip and just maintaining pressure, and it was 2 years of jiu-jitsu, 2.5 years, something like that, because it was right after I got my blue belt.
Freaking outstanding. And how'd the kids get into it? What have you learned about getting your kids into it?
Just the confidence. That I wanted them to have growing up is what I really wanted. And I knew just watching our kids program when I was in Illinois how good it was. But man, when I got to California, like, I thought we had a good kids program in Illinois. Bro, like, dude, this California jiu-jitsu out here is no joke. So I'm training. I go to Pacific Martial Arts in Fresno, and which outstanding gym, and I walk, like, we go from the kids program to Illinois, and there's nothing against my old gym at all. Like, you don't know what you don't know, right? And so I go into Pacific martial arts, and my daughter, my two boys weren't old enough to do it yet, and so but my daughter was, and my daughter was really good. And so I was like, hey, it's her first class, she wants to try, and like just the warm-ups alone was just intense. And I'm like, dang, man, this is unlike anything. And like the way they had, like how many kids were in the class, how many people were doing it, how many instructors they had to kid ratio, and the techniques that they were doing, it was just it was awesome. And then like they go up, then so she had gone from a gray and white belt, or she was a gray and white belt, and when she showed up, and the coach, super nice guy, and he was just like, hey, do you want her to have a hard roll, or like, how is it? And I was like, oh well, yeah, give her a challenge. I don't want her to get like beat up or anything, She's like, okay. And so she goes out against this another gray and white belt and just gets absolutely destroyed. And so I'm like, man, what is going on here? So the only thing I can think of is maybe just like there was one was an attendance-based school, and another one is hey, what kind of skill do you actually have? And so my daughter actually humbled herself, went back to a white belt, and then got a couple stripes right away.
Good for her.
Yeah, took because she hadn't competed at this point, and then so she's close to getting that gray. She's still not gray and white belt. I mean, and this has been almost 2 years, and she's been doing jiu-jitsu for a long time. She's almost there, but yeah, she's done tournaments, placed in every tournament. I mean, she's so good. She's so good.
And the boys are doing it now too.
And the boys are doing it. My son has competed too. I mean, he wants to get in there all the time. And there's something about just like your son, like just wanting to do it, not somebody saying, hey, what do you think about competing? He wants to get in there and do it. So, yeah, so he recently just won gold in a tournament, and then he won silver in his first tournament. And then my youngest, he's just in the little kids class.
How old is he?
He's 4.
Yeah. I found there's only one 4-year-old boy. I taught kids classes at Victory for probably like 5 or 6 or maybe even 7 years, something like that, maybe 6 years. But there was only one 4-year-old ever that was actually like could take a class for real.
Yeah.
Boys.
Yeah.
There were some girls that would pull it off. More girls than I could remember that were 4, and they were kind of squared away. Boys are knuckleheads. Yeah. And so like even my own son, he was in there through forced labor to be in there, just like that's just what he was doing. But he wasn't actually actively mentally participating in the class. Actively, does that make sense? Like actively mentally participating in the class until he was like maybe 6. Now you learn by osmosis and you learn things, and even a 4-year-old, I think it's best maybe for a 4-year-old, especially the 4-year-old boy, like just wrestle around with them. Just do jiu-jitsu with your kids, just mount escape, get the back, do the arm locks. Like you're doing that stuff for 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Do you have mats at your house?
No.
Not yet. Okay, so we got to get you some mats at the house. Because I mean, it's cool. You know what though? You're on the bed, you're on the carpet. Yeah. It's all good. You're just rolling and trying. And this is the biggest mistake that I made with my kids was I didn't make jiu-jitsu fun. I made it into what it was for me. Discipline and winning and all these other things that you don't want to make it that for a kid. Some kids are going to be that way, by the way. Some kids, they want to win at everything, and that's just the way they are. Some kids don't really care. Some kids don't want to do it. You're going to have this whole spectrum, and I'm talking with any kid anywhere in anything. Like you could have some kids playing hockey. Some kid's going to want to win. You could have, some other kid doesn't care. That's just, it's not that they don't care, or maybe they don't care much, or maybe they just legitimately don't care. So the best thing you can do is make it fun. And I'm really talking to the parents of the world right now, because it is such a gift. It's the best gift that you can give your kids. The best gift that you can give your kids is jiu-jitsu. It is the best gift that you can give them, because if they have jiu-jitsu, they can protect themselves. They have confidence. They have friends. They have a skill that's going to last them a lifetime. there's always that question in the back of a conversation that you're having, even as a grown man, of like, wait, if Echo like stands up to me right now, there's really nothing I can do about it. Or if Echo wants to, push me around and I don't know how to fight, I just kind of have to accept it. Mm-hmm. And that impacts your whole attitude in life, right?
Yeah.
Look, am I sitting here saying that everybody I see, I'm sizing up like, well, I don't really care? No, I'm not saying that, but I'm kind of saying that. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned earlier, like you get into the military, in a SEAL platoon, there's a pecking order.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what you were talking about when you showed up at that first unit,
mm-hmm.
there's a pecking order. Mm-hmm. And if you show up to a job site, there's a pecking order. And part of that pecking order is physical. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm sorry to tell the world this. There is a subtext of physical combat in all situations. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's the reality of life, especially for a dude, mm-hmm. especially for a boy, a 7-year-old boy, a 12-year-old boy, a 15-year-old boy. That is there. And you got to learn how to not use it. And that's one of the beautiful things that jiu-jitsu teaches you. You don't have to. Look at all the times you mentioned being a police officer, you got in all kinds of scraps when you didn't know jiu-jitsu. Once you knew it, you were happy to get in one.
Mm-hmm. I can't explain it. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's the way I carried myself. I don't know if it's the way I talk to people, or if I respected somebody a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it was, but I can't explain it. But there was only one, and it was that one that I just told that story about. Mm-hmm. And it's been the best thing for my life. It's helped me so much, and I'm seeing the benefits of my kids, and just learning with what you guys are talking about through podcasts. Because I would listen to your podcast from start till finish to the supplements, right? Because I loved it. I loved every second of it. And I didn't want to miss anything because there's so many lessons in there, and so. Like, with you, I remember you telling that story in one of the podcasts about how you would push yourself, or like you ended up putting your son into a higher weight class, mm-hmm. or whatever the situation was. And I learned from that. It's like, okay, hey, maybe I might not want to go that aggressive, and just kind of let it be kind of a natural thing of whatever their coaches are thinking. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's what you guys are doing to tell the world about jiu-jitsu. That's the whole reason why I got in. That's the whole reason my family tree has changed, because of jiu-jitsu, and it's been nothing but benefits. My kids are so well behaved. They're eating all their dinner at night after jiu-jitsu, and they play their instructors. They role play their instructors at home when the TV's off, for the day. And so it's awesome.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. There's a movie coming out called Way of the Warrior Kid. It's being filmed basically now. And jiu-jitsu is a central character of this movie. It is. You could go so far as to call it the central character of the movie. And what was interesting earlier, you mentioned karate, right? Echo Charles, and we all at our age group, maybe not. How old are you?
I'll be 34. I'll be 40 in January.
Did you watch Karate Kid?
I did.
Okay, Karate Kid was a big deal, right? Here's the thing: when you watched Karate Kid, if you were a kid, and you said, "Oh, I see karate. Karate's cool. I'm going to go to a karate school and I'm going to train karate." Then you show up at a karate school to train karate. First of all, that meant a million different things. And a lot of those schools that someone might have gone into was not cool. It was you're not doing the thing that you saw in the movie. You're not fighting. You're not doing whatever that crane kick, like that stuff. It was movie stuff. When kids see this movie, they're going to go, I want to try out that jiu-jitsu stuff. And then they're going to go to a jiu-jitsu academy. And when they go to a jiu-jitsu academy, it's going to be what they saw in the movie, and it's going to work.
Oh, man.
And
that's great.
I think the amount of jiu-jitsu in this country after this movie comes out is going to exponentially increase. Like I said, jiu-jitsu is one of the central characters of the movie. It's kind of the star of the movie. And I'm talking scene by scene. Mm-hmm. It's the star of the movie. Mm. So when you have that, and it's dramatic and it's impactful, and now all these kids are going to go from that movie theater to and there's jiu-jitsu all over the place. Mm-hmm. I mean, you had it in Illinois. There's jiu-jitsu everywhere now. There should be. It's getting close. So when kids go from, same thing with like boxing, when Rocky came out. Now, Rocky was an adult movie. Yeah. And it didn't convey this positive message, really. Mm. It portrayed a positive message to us as dudes. Yeah. We're like, kick ass, It's based on everything I just said, which is like, I can fight, that was kind of the thing. It wasn't a positive message for kids. Karate Kid was a positive message for kids, but it was kind of hollow because, let's face it, again, all respect to karate, but karate's not jiu-jitsu, not by a long shot. Now we're going to give kids jiu-jitsu, and then they're going to go from a movie where they see this awesome thing, they see the hero of the movie is jiu-jitsu, and now they go, or one of the heroes of the movie is jiu-jitsu, straight up. And now they go to a jiu-jitsu academy, and they learned that thing. They recognize it from the movie, and they get to be the star now. They get to be this thing. So it's going to be kind of next level.
So awesome. So awesome. My kids love the Warrior Kid books. They have all of them, and they love them. They read them all the time. And one thing, if I may add, so with that, so like my daughter, she was super easy to get into. Like she just was like, okay, we're going to do this. And like she just fell into it just fine. My son, on the other hand, I mean, it was a battle. And I mean, I remember having to, as a purple belt, having to take his hand and ask the coach, be like, hey, do you mind if I just get on the mat with him, and just be with him to get him comfortable? He's like, yeah, man, sure. And so I remember my son, taking him by the hand, having all these parents look at me, and I was taking him by the hand. He is bawling, like just crying so hard. I'm like, hey, you said you're going to do this. We're going to do this. And then I'm feeling terrible. Like, man, am I pushing him too hard? My daughter was a little bit older. Maybe I'm pushing him too hard. But then I just stuck with it, and he stuck with it. And now he went from crying, didn't want to be on the mats, to like, this is all he wants to do. And because he's got that confidence, he knows it works. He's competed. He's gotten gold, armbarring people in tournaments. I mean, from where he was to where he is now, it's, you just, like, as parents, you just got to stick with it. Even if your kid is scared, just have them stick with it, because it's going to be beneficial.
Another little outlet I've been giving parents, or little techniques and procedures, is, hey kid, hey Johnny, you don't want to do jiu-jitsu? Okay, that's fine. We only have to do it twice a week. Hey, oh no, you don't want to do it at school. You only have to do it twice a week. So that's kind of like just the minimum standard for our family. Not my family, but like, you're saying like, oh, hey, no, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. Just like, hey, oh, you don't want to clean your room every day? That's no problem. But at least you have to put the dirty clothes in the hamper, and you got to pick the toys up off the school. That you don't have to clean your room. You don't have to dust everything. You don't have to vacuum. But we do have a minimum standard. Oh, you don't want to floss your teeth in the morning and the night? That's okay. You can just floss them at night. That's just that's what we're doing. Oh, you don't want to, you can go through anything. Mm-hmm. And you as a family have got a minimum standard. The minimum standard is, you don't want to spend all dinner. You don't want to sit with us and talk after dinner. Okay, but you at least have to stay until we're done with the main course. That's the minimum standard. Then you can be excused. You know what I'm saying? So you got these minimum standards. One of the minimum standards you can have is like, yeah, you don't have to do jiu-jitsu. No, you don't have to do jiu-jitsu. That's fine. You don't have to do it. I mean, you got to do it twice a week, because that's just the minimum standard. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. You only have to do it twice a week. That's another thing, because eventually, like you said, they go, oh, this is kind of fun. And another piece of advice that I used to give to adults was, because I'd have people say, two things. Number one, I don't like fighting, so I don't want to do jiu-jitsu. My answer to that was, if you don't like fighting, you should do jiu-jitsu even more than someone that likes fighting. That's number one. And number two, you don't like it, keep doing it at least until you get a submission on someone. Just keep, because that's going to give you a certain feeling that you've never had before. You're going to get this certain feeling that you've never had before, And when you get that feeling, you might realize, I want to pursue this a little bit more. Now, if you get to that point where you've been training for 4 months and you finally submit another human and you go, this isn't for me, cool. You can go down to the minimum standard twice a week just to maintain. You know what I mean? But most people, once they get that one,
Yep.
they kind of like, they're going to keep it going. So those are some good, that's real sound advice. You know, if your kid's crying, like, I don't want to go. Same thing that we talk about all the time. Trust, listen, respect, influence, and care. Oh, you want to take a day off? Hey, no problem. I'll take the day off. You don't have to go today. But you're going to go tomorrow, right? Because you got to go, got to do twice a week. So if you don't want to go today, it's okay. But, we got to go, then we're going to have to go Thursday and Friday if you miss Tuesday. So we're going to have to go Thursday, Friday. So you just listen to what they have to say. What's that word? You appease them. You allow yourself to be influenced by them. Oh, you don't want to do it today? That's fine. You only got to do it twice a week. So it's, you can do it Friday and, you can do it Friday and Saturday if that's what you want to do. I can't take you on Wednesday, but so that's what you do. You listen to what they have to say, even as a little kid. And the other thing is, we already said this, but man, make it fun. And how do you make it fun? By doing it with the old man, Let's just do some jiu-jitsu. By the way, that gets them ready for what they're about to go do in class. And now they already know what an arm lock is. And they already know what an oomp is. And they already know what an elbow escape is. So all of a sudden, it's like they're ready to go. Yep. And just like that book, Outliers, the book Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, one of the things that happens in Canadian hockey is the kids that are older, you got 1 year. The league is made up of a bunch of people that are the same age, but some of those people were born in January and some of those people were born in December. The people that were born in January are a year, 11 months older than those other kids. So they're a little bit bigger. They're a little bit more coordinated. They're a little bit smarter, and they score more goals. And they get the puck more. And then the coach leaves them in longer. And so now they get even better. And it just compiles over time. And by the way, since they scored goals and they had fun while they were playing, they like it. So what do they do when they get home? They practice. And those kids get better, and it compounds itself. Whereas the kid that is the youngest kid on that team, he's a little bit smaller, he's a little bit slower, he's a little bit less coordinated, he didn't score any goals, his coach isn't giving him the playing time, and that kid is going in the other direction. So keep that in mind with your kids. Another thing is, this is one failure that you mentioned that I did with my kids, was like, oh, I'm going to put you in a tournament. Oh, by the way, I'm going to put you up a weight class, up a belt level, and up an age group. And in my mind, like an idiot, I'm thinking I'm making them tougher and better. And in their minds, I'm just making them hate jiu-jitsu because they're getting crushed. Mm-hmm. They spend all this time training, and then I put them in there with a 12-year-old when they're 9. Like, you're getting crushed. That's all there is to it.
Yep.
So you got to watch out for those things.
Watch out.
Does that get us up to speed? And again, I know we have a whole, federal law enforcement thing that we could talk about sometime in the future. We got to get a little bit of maybe some permission to do that at some point.
For sure.
But on the rest of your life, does this get us up to speed?
Yes, sir, that does.
Echo Charles.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Whoa, here we go.
First off, how big was the guy that you got, apprehended?
So he was probably about 5 or 6 years older than I was, and I don't know. He was probably, I would say, 6 foot, probably 190.
Yeah. So still pretty big. A threat. We'll say that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 6 foot 190.
And just drunk off his ass.
Yeah, that'd be shitty. You were 6'3". And at the time, 230-ish?
Yeah, maybe he had cut some weight because, competitions and stuff. Yeah,
let's say 220.
Yeah, it was probably around that.
6'3", 220, side control.
That's a problem.
Americana.
Yeah.
Right, you're not going nowhere.
Yeah, and I mean, I was even thinking at the time, like now that I'm kind of reflecting on this, is I don't even know the last time I was doing jiu-jitsu at that point where somebody just had their arm out like that. So like when I saw it just took me. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's right there. Like and then it was just beautiful.
Yeah, it is there, that experience, and then so it kind of ties into when you say, hey, do jiu-jitsu until you get your first submission. Mm-hmm. Where that's kind of the feeling even when you get your first submission, because you're almost like surprised that it works so good. Mm-hmm. So I remember one time, remember Tyrone Glover?
Yeah.
Not Jeff, Tyrone Glover. Okay.
Yeah.
So I met him. I was a white belt still, and I knew who he was or whatever. And I met him, and I'm kind of this big buff guy. I was a white belt. He's accomplished black belt at this time. He's like, hey, come train at City Boxing in PB. Remember the City Boxing in PB?
Yeah. And what does Tyrone weigh? Like 170?
Yeah, maybe. I did not roll.
He probably competed at a lesser weight, but I bet you he walked around 170. That's my guess right now.
Yes, a solid dude, but he's not 6'3", 220. No, he's not. Nonetheless, he's like, hey, come train. I run a class at City Boxing down in PB. I was like, cool. And I was like kind of into it at this time where I'm, but still a white belt completely.
Yeah, bro, that's called lunch.
Oh, yeah, for me. Plus, I was kind of big, too. I was like 210, 215. That's like, white belt. Guys, you get a bigger payoff when you beat up the bigger guy, right? So that's a good way to put it.
Lunch.
You are a lunch.
Straight up. He's like, come train with me. I'll pay for you. I'll pay for your cab ride to come down there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. If I was like 135, white belt, it's like no one really wants to roll with you for that reason, though,
And by the way, just as a caveat, Tyrone Glover's like super cool and chill.
Right.
Like I wasn't trying to make it out like he's looking at you like, oh, I'm going to get this guy because he's super.
Well, here's the thing. He wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's super cool and chill.
Here's the thing. I get that even now. People will be like, yeah, come train. And you see it in their eyes. You're like, bro, you just want to see if you can beat me. I see it, and I dig it, man. I dig it. But this is not what Tyrone was doing. He was just super nice. He was, yeah, come train. I run a class. I'm a white belt. Let's face it. Accomplished black belt, some white belt. He don't care, And so anyway, I go to the class, and the classes ran a little bit different. So, how different schools have different ways the classes run or whatever. So anyway, we did, warm up drills, technique drills. And then we have this before open mat rolling. They have like these lines, like 3 lines. And you basically go down the line to face the guy in front of the line. Right. So it's like kind of like
you got lines facing lines.
No, line facing one guy.
Okay.
So one guy's facing a line of people.
Got it.
So you face the guy. It's like a 3-minute roll. If you get tapped, you go to the back of the line.
Got it.
No matter what. So if you don't get tapped, you do the tapping, you stay there, right? So I'm like 3rd or something. And the guy right in front of me is big. He's like bigger than me. But white belt, we're all white belts in there, right? So I'm there. This was like my first taste of this was like before any tournament. So it's my first taste of rolling with guys I don't know. So it's like an in-betweener tournament kind of a mental scenario. So I go in, boom, I start rolling with this guy because he won. He beat the guy that was in front of him. So I was like, okay, I got to go against this guy. So I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest with you. So I go and boom, we're rolling. I go and it's just like how you were saying, his arm kind of came out. I was like, oh shoot, Kimura, and I got it, and he tapped real quick. I was like, bruh, this is the best. This is the best thing in the world. Big guy, I didn't know him, so it was like, bruh, this is a legitimate proof. So every time you say that, where you say, tap your first person, then see if you like it. Bruh, that is the ultimate like test to see whether or not you like jiu-jitsu, and I'd be surprised if you don't like it after that.
Yeah, and that other comment about people that don't like fighting, they're the ones that even more than a person that likes fighting that should train. Because it's going to be easier for you to get. You don't have to fight if you know jiu-jitsu. And if you do have to fight, it's going to be over quick for your enemy.
Yeah. And sometimes even when you get more advanced, it is surprising how easy it gets. Even in a situation outside of training, like, your friend wants to mess with you and you're like, bro, I'm not in the mood to like mess with you. But then finally you're like, okay. And you're like, bro, why did you even try to mess with me? It was so easy. Like it wasn't, you're like surprised sometimes. But yeah. Okay. What's a weapons cache? What does that look like?
Yeah, so weapons cache is like where the enemy goes to hide weapons. So they can hide them underground. They'll bury them, put them in walls or cabinets or whatever. I mean, it's just a massive amount of weapons to where they can easily go to. All the enemy knows where that weapons cache is, and so they can immediately go there and get their weapons in order to attack us. I mean, it can have everything from RPK machine guns, AK-47s, explosives, bomb-making materials. And I remember one major one was like right next to the Euphrates River, and right in Sofia, and they had buried a huge weapons cache, and we got intelligence that it was up there.
What? So I'm trying to like kind of imagine, so they don't have like a base that they go to. Is that why? I mean, so it's like a secret hiding spot for all their weapons that they all can kind of visit or whatever.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. It's different.
Because they know we would go house to house, and like I think they were allowed like one AK-47 or something like that for personal defense. If they had anything else,
they're strong on the Second Amendment, as Colonel McFarland said. They're allowed to have one AK-47.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But if they had any more than that, or if they had like some weird bomb making materials, they know that we take them with us, and we take the prisoner to go get interrogated to figure out what's going on.
But they did kind of like at one point, like the Ramadi hospital was kind of a headquarters for them almost, because it was a big tall building. It was just off of Route Michigan, but it was a tall building, so they had communications, line of sight communications, so they could use radios and talk back to them. And they would, I forgot to ask you this, but the enemy, they were good. Like they did things that we did. They had quick reaction forces that would come in. Like that 45 minutes, part of that 45 minutes is how long is it going to take for the enemy to go, oh, yep, here they are. Let's get our reaction forces in there and go attack. And then if they start taking casualties, they had QRFs that would come in and extract wounded and bring them to the hospital. So they did the kind of things that we did as a fighting force, combined arms, which is a really complex idea, but they wouldn't just attack with just an IED or just an RPG or just mortars or just rockets. They would do these complex attacks where they're starting with machine gun fire to get your head down, hit you with an RPG, hitting you with mortars, and then all this time a vehicle-borne IED is driving and getting to the target when everyone is distracted by other things. So the enemy was really good. But yes, in order
different. As far as like because even the hospital, I mean, let's face it, that's not a base. That's not like some place. Comparatively speaking, is what I'm saying.
Not a base like what you would have.
And just like the U.S. is not going to have a weapons cache. They're not going to have like a weapons cache somewhere. Yeah. Or I mean, maybe, but it's
actually,
like
technically, we have massive weapons caches, but they're not hidden. They're just like on our base. Like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So they it's like more the guerrilla insurgent freaking methodology.
And they were strategic. I mean, they were in separate places. I mean, like I had mentioned the train station, the Euphrates River, and the Ramadi Hospital. I mean, that's like a triangle difference of where they would keep their weapons, and they knew where those weapons were. And so like when we were getting close, it was you could tell like we were getting close, and they that's where like the intensive fire would start coming from, because like they didn't want us anywhere near that, because they knew that we were close and snooping. Because like why else would you be in that area? Why else would you be snooping around that area? In any way. So they knew, because the one thing that I also failed to mention is the enemy knew our rules of engagement better than we did. Yeah. They knew where that line was. They knew how good we were. We weren't doing things the wrong way. We were doing things the right way. And so they definitely knew all that.
Yeah. And they made adjustments to like the escalation, or not the escalation, but one of the things that they changed noticeably was they started using grenades as an offensive weapon more towards the end of our deployment. And one of the reasons was because if you see a guy maneuvering tactically and he's got an AK-47 or he's got an RPG, he's getting killed. Yeah. If you see a guy that's walking down the street and he's acting suspicious but he doesn't have a weapon, well, you're not engaging him. And if you can hold a grenade in your pocket or whatever, and you can perform a really good attack. And so that's one of those, but that's an example of them adapting to our ROEs, right? They figure out, if we're carrying an AK-47 or we're carrying a machine gun or an RPG and we're maneuvering tactically, we're going to get shot. But if we're out there and we're just walking and we're maneuvering, but we don't have anything on our hands, then that's going to be okay. Or, echo, if we pre-stage weapons in this building in a cache, now we can walk down the street free and clear. Enemy can walk down the street free and clear, go into the building, pick up a weapon, fire it at us, and then put the weapon down and leave. So they were good.
You ever watch the movie Predator?
Yes.
Same thing. Brad, if you don't have any weapons, Predator's not going to mess with you. See what I'm saying?
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. In fact, Predator 1, if you remember correctly, Jason, the girl picks up a weapon Arnold says, hey, he yells, kicks the weapon out of her hand, steps in front of her. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Predator doesn't kill the chick.
Check.
And
There
even
you go.
told the chick later, or it might have been earlier, I think it was later. He said, hey, don't pick up that weapon. He's like, he didn't kill you because you weren't armed. Same thing. So the Predator has rules of engagement.
Rules of engagement.
I'm here to tell you.
They adapt.
Good to meet you, my brother.
Yeah, good to meet you as well. Thanks for having me.
Right on. Jason, any closing thoughts?
No, just thank you so much for what you guys are doing every day. The content that you're putting out, the books, everything like that. I mean, you're changing lives, and you've changed my life. And it was an honor to serve with you. It was an honor to finally meet you. I just can't thank you enough for the opportunity to share, just from one soldier's perspective of the 101st Airborne and the 1st of the 506, of how proud we were and how hard we fought in the Battle of Ramadi. And it was just an honor to share a battle space with you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I didn't change your life. You did it, and you did an outstanding job. And as I mentioned, it was you all. It was you all that were on the front lines, that were making the stuff happen day to day, that were going out every single day, every single night, making these things happen. And you've heard us cover on this podcast the frontline soldiers, because they're the ones that win the war. And so awesome to meet you here. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for everything that you did in the Battle of Ramadi to support the 228, to support the 11 AD, and of course the incredible support that you and your entire battalion from the 1st of 506 provided to my SEALs from Task Unit Bruiser. The bond formed through the blood, sweat, and tears on that deployment. It's never going to be forgotten. That was one of the hugest honors, was going after deployment to your battalion and seeing Mike Monsoor's name on your wall of honor for your fallen soldiers, and to see Mike Monsoor on that wall as well. It'll never be forgotten, and we'll never forget the service and the sacrifice made by the band of brothers from the 1st of the 506. So thank you, Jason, and thank you to all of the soldiers of the magnificent, the revered, and the heroic Red Currahee. And we will never forget you all, and we won't forget your heroes that did not come home. Thank you. And with that, Jason, Kedzior has left the building. Pretty awesome to get the context and the perspective of General McFarland, the brigade commander in charge of the entire Battle of Ramadi, and get Jason's perspective, a 21-year-old or 22-year-old frontline soldier out on the streets on a daily basis, getting after it. So pretty awesome stuff. And yeah, pretty cool to hear all those different perspectives, and definitely a lot to learn from those different perspectives. And also to hear his perspective being inside the 1st of the 506, which was just a outstanding unit. Also, good to hear that he got on that jiu-jitsu train.
Fully.
He's brown belt, by the way.
Yeah.
He may be the first kind of Jocko podcast brown belt, he was saying when we were in the before we hit record.
It's possible. I think Vic.
Vic?
Yeah. Because when I met him, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, he was a white belt when he started jiu-jitsu because of the podcast.
And he's a black belt now.
He's a black belt
by the
now.
way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
well, there we go.
There you go.
We can good to go.
But brown belt, very impressive.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if we said that.
Plus he's 6'3",
Yep.
kind of strong. That's the long lanky thing.
The height, and I've always said this, and I'll say it again. I'm still maintain that height as far as natural attributes to have in jiu-jitsu that are beneficial, height is ranked number one, I think. More so than strength, more so than flexibility.
Well, you can get stronger and you can get more flexible. You can't get any taller.
Unless
I guess technically you could cut weight and go down to where you're taller for. But
for sure. That's true. But it's still different. That's different. So to put it this way, it starts at about 6'1", where now your height, now you have a for real advantage, I think.
You ever rolled Craig Baker?
Yeah. Craig Baker, hell yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there. If you go to the other, how tall is Craig Baker? 5'8",
7, 8, we'll say.
He's compact.
Maybe say,
let's
compact.
say he's compact. There's a lot to handle with Craig Baker.
Yes.
And my point in saying that is, I think there's a bell curve of height, and if you're in the middle of the bell curve, it's not an advantage in jiu-jitsu. Obviously, you're just normal. If you're either taller or shorter than normal, it's problematic for other people that have to roll with you.
Yeah, that's possible. I think they both are true though at the same time, if in fact that is true. Because
Do you not think it's true?
I don't know. Maybe if I thought about it, I would say I agree with that for sure. I still do think that height is as far as natural attributes, because Craig Baker, he's a freaking handful. Because he's Craig Baker, because he's good at jiu-jitsu in his very specific way.
But that very specific way is based on his body style.
Yeah, and I think most of us have that, where our game kind of is formed around our body style for sure. But coming into jiu-jitsu, I think, and this is why there's a technical reason why, because you can do all the moves, all the regular base fundamentals of jiu-jitsu, you can do them all. So let's face it, we know just off the top of our head 2 moves, we'll say, that shorter, stockier guys are going to have a harder time with than, let's say, a kind of tall guy who's 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", something like this. So triangle choke is the obvious one. Certain other chokes, like a Darce or Anaconda is going to be harder for a short, But tall guys don't really have that
Brailer.
problem.
Have you rolled with Brailer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because he's how tall is Brailer?
I give him 6'8". I
don't know if he's
6.
But he's
6'6".
But he's actually also long.
To me, once you're past 6'4", if you're past 6'3", to me you're all the same height.
No,
Skyscraper
I don't agree.
height.
Because Brailer, not only is he tall, he's also has long limbs for someone who's already tall. You know how John Jones had the mega wingspan? I forget what it was, but his wingspan was abnormally long. That's what Brailer's like. It's not just tall. It's tall, abnormally long legs, abnormally long arms. That's such a horrible compilation there. Brailer.
Yeah, they got so the height, you can do all the moves, and then and when you start to really get tall, you can do all these other moves, just flagrant, a lot of body locks, that kind of stuff,
Like, for instance, there's people that can't do a buggy choke. But if you're long, the buggy choke is not just an option, it's a pretty obvious, straightforward option.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you always see that, these real tall guys doing these moves that kind of no one else can do, So that's why I say that. And I get it that when you're super strong, for sure that is a good helpful attribute when you're strong versus not being strong. But I think the guy with the height versus the guy with just this, if you kind of compare them, I think that's my hypothesis.
Sure.
Can we prove it? I don't know. But that's what I think.
Well, we know he can't get any taller.
No.
Right? You ever seen the people that get surgery and their legs opened up and extend their legs?
Yeah.
So I guess technically speaking, you could get taller if you really wanted to.
Sure.
But I don't recommend that.
No.
It doesn't seem like a good sacrifice.
Yeah, and hey, to each their own. But yes, I agree with you. I think kind of formulating our whole life game around our body type is probably going to be the best scenario for sure.
And even though we can't get taller, barring that one exception,
sure,
we can get stronger.
Yes, sir.
We can get more flexible.
Yes, sir.
We can get better at jiu-jitsu.
Yes, we can.
We can lift more weights. We can have better cardio conditioning.
Yep.
Better metabolic conditioning. You can do all those things.
Yep.
As long as you're willing to go to work for it.
Yep.
And if you decide to do that, guess what you're going to need?
What are we going to need, Jocko? What are we going to need?
We're going to need some fuel.
Some fuel.
Hey, check out Jocko Fuel, jockofuel.com. we're out there. We're out there in the world. You can go to jockofuel.com. We make everything that you need. The hydration. We make energy drink. We make the best protein in the world. By the way, we make the best energy drink in the world. By the way, we make the best hydrate. We make the best protein powder. We make the best joint sup. We make the best of everything. So check out jockofuel.com so you can train and you can stay on the path. You can also get it from Walmart. We're expanding into Walmart at this time, so keep your eyes open in there. Wawa, Vitamin Shop, GNC commissaries, AFES, Hannaford's Dash Stores, Wakefern, ShopRite, HEB, Meijer in the Midwest. So you got Meijer, and they're doing awesome with Jocko Fuel, and it's performing really well in that area, which is like the Midwest, like Michigan. They're just doing a lot of great stuff. So if you're up in that area, check out Meijer. Wegmans out there in Pennsylvania, they're putting pallets on the floor. Do you know that? Like a big pallet full of Jocko Fuel. Yeah. So you can just grab a case of whatever it is you want. Or grab what you want. So check that out. Harris Teeter. Oh yeah, HEB. I went to HEB down in Texas recently. Giant wall filled with Jocko Fuel. That's because it's Texas too. You know, these are our people down in Tejas.
They get something.
Yeah, sure. They're getting after it. So Harris Teeter, Lifetime Fitness, Shields, small gyms everywhere. By the way, we went to the CrossFit Games, and a bunch of people came to talk to us about bringing Jocko Fuel into their CrossFit gyms. Jiu-Jitsu gyms, same thing. We're at jiu-jitsu competitions, whether it's CJI or ADCC or 5 Grappling or World Jiu-Jitsu League or Jiu-Jitsu World League. I always mess that one up. We're there, and people say, hey, I want to get this stuff you're at our gym, or we get this at our gym. So that's cool. If you want this stuff at your gym, check out jfsales@jockofuel.com. Also, if we're doing jiu-jitsu, which we are.
Yes, sir, we are.
You need a jiu-jitsu gi. Go to originusa.com and get an awesome American-made jiu-jitsu gi. Check this out. Look, we have adversaries in the world. One of them is China. We're not in a hot war right now. There's no missiles flying back and forth. There's no troops on the ground. But we are in an economic war with them. And at some juncture, we may become engaged in a real war with them. So, in order to avoid giving them money that they will use to build weapons to kill our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, instead of buying something that's made in China that will be utilized to attack our country, instead just go to originusa.com. Keep the money here.
Good idea.
I mean, would you give money to your enemy?
I would not want to do
that.
Hey,
no. Enemies might be a strong word right now.
Yeah.
But let's face it. Is this our potential actual enemy in a war? Yeah. We got Taiwan sitting out there. They think Taiwan is theirs. The people of Taiwan thinks Taiwan is theirs. Could that turn into a war? Yes, it could. Are we going to pay? Are we going to fund the war against ourselves? Yeah, we are. If you keep buying stuff from China, that's exactly what you'll be doing. So instead of doing that, buy some stuff made here in America. By the way, it's not just oh, I got a pair of jeans and they're American made and that helped because it kept the money inside the economy. On top of that, it brings manufacturing back here. It lets other companies know that it's feasible to manufacture things in America. And they say, hey, wait a second. Why should we buy this thing in China? Why should we manufacture this thing in China? Why don't we just do it here? So other companies are doing that, and we're happy about that. And the American public knows that they don't want to buy bullets that are going to be used to kill their sons and daughters. So buy American. OriginUSA.com. Get hunt gear. John Dudley now on the hunt team.
Oh, yeah.
Cameron Haynes on the hunt team. You see what we're doing?
It's a good team.
These are the best in the world. So check it out. OriginUSA.com. Get some American-made jeans. Stop putting money into the hands of our adversaries. That's what I got.
It's true. Also, Jocko's store. Called Jocko's store. Discipline equals freedom. No matter where you go or do. When you're working out by yourself, have you ever worked out with a partner before?
Oh yeah, many years. I did 2 platoons with a guy I went through SEAL training with, and we were workout buddies pretty much that whole time.
Yeah.
I had a buddy that I talk about a lot, who I don't say his name, but we were running mates for 3 platoons and SEAL training and SQT and working in training cell. But we would work out together. For lack of a better way of saying it, we would like socially work out together. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you ever hear people say like social drinking?
Yes.
You know, like, I'm just a social drinker. We would work out together like as a social thing. Like we'd both be going on Saturday.
Yeah.
But he would be doing and he was a very strange workout dude, which worked because he's such a sick athlete. You know, he's a much better athlete than I was and am. So he could go in there and just do weird stuff and still just kind of perform at an exceptional level. Yeah. Just genetically. Look, he worked out too. It wasn't like all genetics.
Right.
But one of my other buddies, who I did buds and SQT and 2 platoons with, we worked out together, workout buddies, like partners. Workout partners. Yeah. He's and that's the longest running workout partner I had. So that was probably like 5 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so 5 years.
Yeah. So that's a legit workout.
Well, maybe 4 years. Yeah, I think it was 4 years. But we also like developed a lot of the game together, like
the workout game.
Yeah, just like at the time, you didn't really know what was what. There wasn't a bunch of information out there. You could look at a Muscle and Fitness and be like, well, I guess what we need to do is freaking whatever, 4 sets of chest with drop sets and all this stuff. But we figured out that we needed to work out in a different way. He and I were doing pull-ups, tons of pull-ups and push-ups and dips and doing squats and running. And so we had a pretty well-rounded kind of early version of maybe like a CrossFit-ish, functional fitness-ish, that kind of thing.
Yeah. That's good. So the difference very distinctly of working out with a partner and no partner.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I would say, and this is fresh in my mind because recently I've not had a partner, a few years, but it's different. It's more challenging with no partner.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So you ever, so 20 rep squats, right? I didn't want to get too deep into this, but we're talking about it. And I think this has some value. So 20 rep squats, right? So now, so my squat routine now, thanks to you, by the way, is like kind of a siege. It's a battle. It's a struggle. Yeah. So I do my first set after I warm up. My first set is between 15 and 20 reps. And I try to get the good weight where it's freaking hard. It's not just like, let me, bust out a quick 20 here. So it's that first set is already like my heart's beating all fast. It's like, how you get all like freaking nervous, So it's a big struggle. So you do it and then you rest and then you do a set of 8.
I'm going to tell you something right now. You ever sell any real estate?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. If you ever see a listing for a house.
Yeah.
And they do something called listing the house like in a range.
Yeah.
Right? And it's between, $400,000 and $450,000.
Yeah.
What do you think the offer is going to be? Or let's take negotiation. I got a couple examples. Let's take negotiation. If you come to me and I say, Echo, I'd like you to work for me. And you say, okay, I would like to work for you. And I say, well, what do you need to make? And you give me a range.
Yeah.
You say I need to make between $55,000 and $60,000 a year. What do you think you're getting paid?
55.
Exactly. Yeah. So my point in telling you this is, oh, by the way, if you're trying to sell your house and you put between $400,000 and $450,000 for the house, what are you going to get for an offer? $400,000. Yeah. So my point in telling you this is, if you tell me right now, which you just did on this podcast,
yes, I did,
that you have a range of reps that you're trying to hit between 15 and 20, We already know the outcome of the story.
No, because that's a bad analogy, unfortunately. Because of the goals or what I see. I understand what you're saying. I do. But
I worry about you.
You don't got to worry. Bro. When it comes to, the lifting scenario, I know it's squats. I know I'm more new to the whole deep squats and the 20 right. Look, I'm newer to that than you are, but the approach still stays the same. When I say, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it, and just know this or whatever. Anytime I say a rep range, this is what it means. Let's say I say 13 to 15. No, I said 15 to 20, right? All this means is I'm going for 20.
You have an out.
Yep. Kind of, in a way. But it's in a legitimate way. In fact, forget the 20. Okay. Because my whole workout is like this. So if my rep range is 13 to 15, I'm going for the 15. The reps is 15. But I have to go as hard as I can for the 15. Every set, by the way. So if I fail at 14, that's fine. I still did a good workout for that workout because the rep range is 13 to 15. If I fail at 13, that's still fine, but that's a heads up though. Yeah. If I fail at 12 outside of the rep range, I did too much weight for that rep range.
There's kind of a difference here though, is because when you get into the 15 and 20 rep range
with squats, by the way,
with squats very specifically, you can do 20. Yeah. You just choose not to.
So actually, you know what, Brad, I didn't even really realize this until right now. You are kind of, not fully, you are kind of right. Because that's true. Because I haven't done the actual 20 in kind of a while. Probably like a few months. Yeah. But I've done 15, actually not only a few times. I usually get minimum 16. And then a lot of times I'll do like 18. And you're right. I could get the 19 or even the 20 probably.
You see what I'm
but
saying?
bro, I get scared. Bro, I don't know what it is, bro. It's like this weird struggle, which is going to be part of my point, by the way. So be patient with me. Bear with me. So, and that struggle, especially when I'm not used to like 20, it's like, bro, that's a for real struggle. That's why my heart's beating all fast. Like, oh my gosh, like, you get there and you get up to like 14, 15, you get 16, 17. And you're like, technically I did the workout. But like the strain, the struggle, the hell, the torment that you have to go through for 3 more reps is like sometimes mentally and emotionally, like it's hard to face that.
It is hard. It is very hard.
Yeah.
It is very hard.
So wait, here's the point. So when you're there without a workout partner, nobody cares if you get those extra 3 reps, by the way. Nobody.
Yeah, if you lack integrity.
Exactly right. That's the whole point. That's the whole point right there. It's like, and really the point put in different words is you're on this path by yourself sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes like, but if I, let's say I said, you know what? Because I thought about this I've thought these exact thoughts before where I'm like looking at this weight. I'm like, freaking, I got to do this 20 times. And I'm looking right now and I'm searching my emotional state. And it's not checking out, and I'm looking around like if I literally say, you know what, I'm not going to do squats today. I know I warmed up. I know I did all that. I'm just going to skip squats today. Hopefully I feel better and more up to this challenge next time. I could skip it. Not one single soul in this whole world would care. Not my wife.
What about your own soul?
Exactly right.
So there's
only one. Yeah, and that's why I say you're on this path alone sometimes. So of course you do and you feel better, all the stuff for sure. But I'm saying, and then, so I do it. I do my second set, third set, fourth set, right? So usually I go 28, and then I do pause squats where you pause at the bottom. I go 6 and 6. So 4 sets, and it's hard. It's for real hard. The kind like I'll be making noise by myself, kind of hard, sometimes. And then at the end you're done, and you're like, oh man, that was like a battle. Like, that's why I'll text you sometimes, for real. Like, that's literally because I got to share it with somebody. I can't feel that lonely. So anyway, so when I'm done, and sometimes I won't text nobody, I'll go inside and I'll freaking lay down or whatever. And then let's say, for example, and this happened many times, where I'll lay down. I said, we got it done to my wife who's sitting there. And she goes, oh, good job. With this lighthearted, nonchalant, like she doesn't care at all what I just went through. You know why?
Because she doesn't care.
She doesn't care. No. And I'm on this path alone. Yeah. Here's the thing. Sometimes, even if you're on this path alone, you want to represent. See what I'm saying? Because discipline brings you through. And that's the only way you can be free from all this bad stuff. Anyway, when you want to represent on the path, go to jockostore.com. This is where you can get this Win Equals Freedom shirts. Hat. You want to wear hat? Good. I don't really wear hats that often. But you want to wear a hat? You wear a hat. Discipline equals freedom. Boom. We got you.
Also, but what did I miss anything? Were you gonna say something else?
Yeah, the shirt locker.
Oh, you said
it's okay. It's okay.
People got to know about that one.
You do take it for granted because you have full access to these things. Not everyone does, and not everyone knows about it. So I'm gonna let them know. Shirt locker is a new design with discipline equals freedom and good themes, undertones, if you will. But they're different types of designs. You get a new one every month. Subscription scenario. Click on the top where it says shirt locker. Boom. Take you to the page, you see some past designs, see what it's all about. So yeah, check that out. It is available. It's all available. JockoStore.com.
Also, primalbeef.com and coloradocraftbeef.com. If you need steak in your life, which you do, go to one of those websites, hook it up. coloradocraftbeef.com, primalbeef.com. Awesome steak from awesome people and awesome companies. Also subscribe to the podcast, also jockounderground.com, also YouTube, also Psychological Warfare, also flipsidecanvas.com, also books. I've written a bunch of them. Check them out if you want to. Also Echelon Front, leadership instruction, leadership guidance, leadership consulting. Go to echelonfront.com if you need leadership help inside your world. Also, we have an online training academy so you can learn the skills of leadership that will help you in every aspect of your life. Go to extremeownership.com. If you want to help service members, active and retired, you can help their families. You want to help Gold Star families. Check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got an incredible charity organization. Helps out so many of these veterans. If you want to donate or you want to get involved, go to America's Mighty Warriors.org. Don't forget about Micah Fink also taking our veterans, which you heard a lot about veterans today. You heard a lot about people that served. When they get home, it can be a rough transition. Micah Fink helps with that transition. Heroesandhorses.org. And finally, Jimmy May has got an organization called BeyondTheBrotherhood.org, helping SEALs transition from the SEAL teams into the civilian sector. So check out those charities if you can. If you want to connect with us on the interwebs, go to jocko.com. Also social media. Echo's at Echo Charles. I'm at Jocko Willink. Just watch out for the algorithm because it's trying to ruin your entire life. Thanks once again to Jason Kedzior for joining us, sharing his lessons learned. And thanks to everything that you did for me, for Task Unit Bruiser, for the 1st of the 506, for the Army, and for America. And what you're still doing for America today. And thanks to all our service members tonight with a direct salute to that entire battalion, the 1st of the 506, who stood alone together with us, with the rest of the 11 AD, faced down a determined enemy and achieved victory on that battlefield. Our units are forever joined through that shared history, and we will never forget. And also thanks to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, all other first responders. Thank you for what you do to keep us safe here at home. And everyone else out there. We heard a story tonight from one man in one platoon, in one company, in one battalion, in one battle, in one war. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of stories like that, of thousands and thousands and thousands of men and women who stepped up and stood together, stood alone together to protect us and our way of life. And many of them did not come home. And it's a gift for us to be here, alive, and blessed with the freedom that we have. So do not squander this gift. Go live life. And that's all we've got for tonight. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko